speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while, when will the lonely voice of youth cry what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
Oh, I just love that intro. It is fantastic. Thank you to Sally Joe and Anonymous Music Person for the Johnny Cash rendition in Sea Shanty, which, if you haven't heard it, you need to, because it is excellent. Um, yeah, so today we're continuing our sojourn from discernment to judgment to action, and we're right in the middle of that with judgment. So I've taken a bunch of notes, a bunch of things came up even just before this stream, which maybe we'll get into, maybe we won't. Depends how I feel and what kind of examples I come up with in the moment here. So when we're talking about judgment, what we need to understand is that a lot of people are encouraged not to judge. I think this is a deep mistake because you need to judge in order to act. And in order to judge, you need discernment, as I went over on last week's stream. And so it's worth asking what leads to judgment? What's the ethos of judgment? And I think it's clear values leads to better, clearer, easier judgment, right? And priorities help too, but they require a hierarchy. Like you don't have priorities. Priorities are hierarchy, right? Like this is bigger than that, or this is more important than this other thing. And what that kind of highlights too is contrast is important to judgment. You need contrast to be able to see, to be able to judge. And we're not necessarily accounting for that, right? So that's one of the sort of deep problems is that when we don't take that sort of seriously enough, then we lose something. And you notice that contrast is wrapped up just in seeing, but it's also wrapped up in judgment along with hierarchies. So these things are not optional. They're not like nice to haves. They're not like, well, I need to get one of these. Like you're not going to Walmart to buy some contrast to get some judgment. Not going to happen. But with everything with contrast, you need enough light to see. But if you have too much, everything looks the same. And that doesn't just impact discernment. It's also an issue with discernment, but it's an issue with judgment separately. And sometimes things seem like they're contradictions, right? But often you just didn't account for time or change. And that prevents us from judging because we're like, oh, well, these two things are contradictory. So it's arbitrary which one I pick. If that were true, that's true. But that's often not true. It's often the case that the situation that is contradictory, say in the moment, does not remain that way for long. So that's important to account for. And that's kind of what I want to start highlighting, right? So there's a distinction that you can make between somebody who's hostile versus an enemy. It's important that you can choose without contradiction. Somebody who's hostile might live in your community, might be upset at you for some reason, right? Somebody who's your enemy, however, they're outside of your community. They need to be addressed differently. This requires judgment. You have to know the difference. You have to know that there is a difference, and then you have to be able to see that difference. You have to be able to judge, oh, this is a contradiction, and therefore I need to do something differently. There's a paradox. These are bad things. There must be a different way to think about these things. And that's part of judgment. Now, there's a difference between understanding and appreciation, right? An appreciation of difficulty, for example, right? Acceptance rather than resolution, right? If somebody does something to you and you live with them and they've hurt you, that's not going away. You have to accept that it happened and move on. Now, you can say, "Oh, they have to make it up to me," but can you? Because maybe you can't. Which is not to say you shouldn't try. It's not to say you shouldn't give affordances. But somebody cuts off your arm, they're not making it up to you. Doesn't matter if it was an accident. So you have to be able to judge these things and judge what you're supposed to do about them at the same time. Now, you can say I'm straying into discernment, right? Yeah, Mark, we went over that last week. Well, yeah, but they bleed into one another. There's an overlap. And it's kind of a big deal, right? Welcome to life. That's how it is. A lot of this stuff bleeds in, just part of how it is. And we're just stuck with the world into which we were born, where there's an overlap between discernment, judgment, and action. There's a way in which we have to accept things. It's not optional. There's a bunch of little pieces, and we have to account for that. And so I want to make a controversial move, maybe for some. The idea of stereotypes, of stereotypical patterns, give us contrast to allow for judgment. And so without a starting point, a stereotype, we don't know how to approach something. So if you try to go into something with like a blank mind, because it's a blank slate, and judge from objective material reality, which doesn't exist, by the way, then you're going to be in trouble because you're not going to have contrast, right? Whereas if you meet somebody who, you know, say they're Russian and they're not loud, miracle. And you'll notice it because most Russians are loud. Uh-huh. And I love Russians. They're some of my favorite people for sure, but they're loud. Uh, you know, if you if you meet somebody and they upset your expectations of them, that's actually really important signaling. But it also gives you some way to discern, right? Which allows you to judge. And you've got this template, this standard in a stereotype. If you remove it, you're blind. Actually, you can't see. You get zero contrast. No way to assess the person in front of you anymore. Right? There's no pure state of nature from which to judge. So why remove the stereotypes? To destroy judgment, discernment, and replace your action with the actions others want you to engage in. This is the same play as equality, as this equity stuff. We want you to engage the way we want you to engage, so under the rules we tell you, right? It's a sneaky legalism trick. And, well, sorry to call out legalism as a bad trick, especially given the audience, but also legalism, bad trick. Not a fan, not good, not going to work. Don't bring that here, please. you will lose. It is this appeal to something higher that isn't a virtue or a value. So, for example, years ago, I had a Jehovah's Witness knock on my door, and I happened to be home because I was between contracts at that point. And I answered the door, and he said, you know, would you like to read this book? It's called A World Without War. And I said, why would I want a world without war? Which, of course, totally caught him off guard. 20 minutes later, I almost had him converted to the Church of Mark. Um, but he left and brought back bigger guns, and I ignored them. And that's the whole point, is that you're appealing to something like war, you're judging it as bad, and that's how you're sneaking the legalism in to get across your religious message. I get that. I'm not a fan. Please don't do that. That won't work with me. I know this trick very well. If that's what passes for evangelations for the Jehovah's Witnesses, then like fair enough, but also, you know, only going to be effective in a certain narrow band. So you need to be able to judge. Are they talking about virtues and values? Are they talking about something abstract like war? Nothing wrong with talking about war. But war might be inevitable. It might be something we have to accept. I don't know. I don't particularly care, but it's worth thinking about so that you can judge. If somebody brings up war, are they talking about virtues and values? Because I don't think they are. I think they're about to insert virtues and values into the emotional response to war so that they can feed you an ideology or get you in their cult. That seems to be what's going on. So you need to be able to judge that. You need the discernment to know that people do it. You need to be able to see it in the moment. You need to be able to judge. Is this person talking about the good? Are they talking about virtues? Are they talking about values? Or are they trying to get an emotional response out of me so that they can manipulate me in a way that I may not want to be manipulated? Look, if you want to appeal to Christian charity, maybe you want to be manipulated by that, right? But if it's a negative in particular, you got to be really careful when somebody brings up a negative and say, don't you want to move away from this? Or don't you want to prevent this? Or don't you want to lessen this? These are red flags for judgment. Why are you mentioning negative things in such a positive world? And you can say, hey, this doesn't work in India. Oh, fair enough. But I'm in the US, man. And if you're in the US, you're doing pretty good. And that's another judgment we don't make, the judgment of when to feel gratitude. We don't live in India or Africa. And there are places in India and Africa right now where people are walking down the street and falling over dead from hunger. We don't have that here in the United States. That doesn't exist here. I'm not saying it never happens. I had this famous dust up with somebody years and years ago online, and they were like, I'm going to find an article that proves you wrong. I'm like, go ahead, because you're not going to find that article, but give it a shot. The best he could find was a 27-year-old coke addict who had starved herself and her child to death. Um, Probably died of the cocaine, though, just a guess. Yeah, that's not equivalent to the guy walking down the street, hasn't lived anywhere in particular, and falls over from hunger dead. Just not the same. Sorry. So that's why people want to remove stereotypes. And yeah, there's a problem with stereotypes. Really? Really? Thanks, Sherlock. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I hadn't realized there was a downside to everything. Oh, no, wait. I did. My bad. Yeah, you need your judgment to know when you're misusing stereotyping. Okay, now what? Still has to happen. because you don't want to get ideologically possessed. You don't want to have your will removed and placed in the hands of others or in their projection of how the world should be. You need to use your judgment. Otherwise, that can happen to you. And I don't want that to happen to you. I don't want that to happen to anybody. I'm realistic, probably limited as to how many people I can help with that. But doing nothing's not an option either. And a lot of people are upset, right? Their judgment is part of them not wanting to be judged. And so they're very negative in affect. And I think that's further down in the notes. So I'm going to get back on script. I don't really have a script, but this does raise the question, can you judge? And often I don't have to. I can use the standards of others. So you'll notice in last week's stream, Vincent, for example, was claiming, I have a rational case. And I was like, that's great. Make your rational case. And he couldn't. Over and over again. I gave him many chances. Couldn't do it. Fair enough. But you think you have a rational case. You stated to me you have a rational case. That's your standard of judgment, not mine. And this is really where people seem to have a problem. They're like, oh, Mark, you're judgy. I judge a lot less than all of my critics do. They just don't really understand what's going on. I'll listen to Vincent. I'll listen to Claire and see if they can make their case on their own standards. They state their standards. I let them try to make their case. If they can't do it, they can't do it. I don't need to judge them on the merits of their argument. I can judge them on the merits of their action. You told me you had a rational case. You then couldn't make it, and in fact resorted flat out, unapologetically, and like fair enough, to axiomatic statements. And I said those are axiomatic statements, and you agreed. Okay, then you're not making a rational case. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I'm going to judge you. And my judgment is going to be at some point, I'm not going to listen to you anymore. And so you can say, well, what's the difference between you and somebody who just throws somebody off the stream randomly? The difference is I'll listen to them and I'll give them a chance to make their case on their own terms. And when they can't do that, then I bring the hammer down. And most people can't do that for whatever reason. They get emotionally caught up, they rebel, they don't want to play. And I'm not criticizing any of this. Everyone's got their own reasons for doing their own things. I don't care. Like that's not my thing. Like again, this is me not judging them. And that's not to say I won't judge specific circumstances, but that's different. Why? There's more detail. More detail matters. Period. Full stop. End of statement. Who the person is, what time of day it is, what they were engaging in, what the frame was, all these things matter to judgment. So judgment's not easy. I'm not trying to give you a simple 2-second way to come in and start judging things. But I am giving you tools so that you don't have to do the hard work. And some of that's just, well, I don't want to judge, say, quality of my mystical visions. That's why we have churches, right? I don't want to judge the quality of the postmoderns. That's why we have experts. You've got to submit to that, though. And you've got to say, I'm not in a position to judge this. Another trick, the science says, so I've been using this trick probably my whole adult life, at least, maybe slightly before my adult life. I take people at face value. If you say the science says something, just show me the damn paper. I know how to read. If you don't have it, that's a problem. If you have it, you'll probably say, instead of the science says, you'll refer to the paper directly. So when you say the science says, or some other thing that isn't directly evidence, I get suspicious. And you can say, that's cynical, but it's not. You're making a claim. And if you're making an abstract claim, like the science says, or this doctor says, or whatever, I'm skeptical. Is that going to be right 100% of the time? No, I'm not trying to be right 100% of the time. I'll take 80% of the time. I'm good. I'm not trying for perfection. And when you stop trying for perfection, especially in your judgment, you can learn because you free yourself up to make mistakes 20% of the time. If you're expecting perfect judgment from, say, listening to a monologue by a pirate, you're going to be disappointed. I don't want you to be disappointed. You don't need perfect judgment, though. You're not going to have perfect judgment. That's not our thing as humans. It's just not going to happen. It's okay. Not a big deal. That's why we have mercy and grace and redemption and gratitude so that we don't need perfect judgment. It's wonderful. Works out fantastically well. If you bring up the science says, or you say the research indicates, and you don't bring up the paper, I judge that you're probably lying to yourself and move on. I don't have to necessarily, although sometimes I do, call you a liar, although I feel like I have the right to at that point. And it's good enough. Sometimes people have come back to me and said, here's the paper that I read. And I say, thank you very much. I'm sorry I doubted you, but you can understand why. And they usually acquiesce and say, fair enough. Okay, cool. Problem solved. Rift mended. Not a big deal. And that gets to the point of good enough. Have you judged what is good enough? Because, as the saying goes, the perfect is the enemy of the good. You don't want that to happen. You have to be able to judge what's good enough when you're close enough, when your song is just right. And then maybe you want to copy that song digitally, and that's not going to happen. So instead, you make a recording from the speaker. And in the case of sea shanties, it sounds all the better for it. Is the sea shanty perfect according to the person who recorded it? No. That person was not happy enough with it, we'll say. I think it's awesome. I'm like, you couldn't improve that. Really? Could you? I mean, now I'm tempted. Could you one up yourself on that song? It's fantastic. Sally Joe does this to herself all the time. I'm not really happy with this. It's like, Sally, it's good enough. It's good enough. You've got to be able to judge everything on good enough, right? And again, you still need that template, like that stereotype or that ideal of perfection. You still need that. I'm not reducing, I'm increasing, right? I'm re enchanting. I was like, yeah, you need the ideal and you need that sense for good enough, right? So you don't end up trying to do the 90% of the work in the last 10% of the progress. The 90-10 rule, that Pareto principle stuff is real, right? Most of the work is really easy and then it gets super hard, right? Like I can't do finished carpentry because I don't have the patience. Now, I can rough out whole rooms, not a problem. I can get them relatively good, but if I try to go finish carpentry, I go nuts because there's a whole issue around measurement, gauge theory. Look up gauge theory if you don't know it. It'll frighten you. And what level is level according to the ground, or is level according to your eye? Boy, I hate that. Just thinking about this makes me angry. It's not resolvable. It's going to be good enough. What's good enough? Nothing's good enough. I have OCD. Go away. What about goals? What are your criteria for success in that goal? This is what I'm getting at with good enough, with ideals. You got to have an ideal goal, but you also have to have a success criteria, a stopping criteria for good enough. And going through that process can reveal when your goal is harmful and not helpful. So I want to clean the living room. Let's suppose you want to go one step more and define clean living room as all the toys picked up, vacuuming, dusting, etc. But the real goal might be better stated as reduce anxiety about living room or just reduce your anxiety around cleaning up by picking up everything in the house. Better goal. And it might be good enough. All your anxiety is not gone. Some of your anxiety might be gone. If you have OCD, you're familiar with this. Probably a lot of females are familiar with this because men don't care how cluttered things are in general, although I used to. My house used to actually be quite immaculate. Um, but it's not anymore. Don't worry. Um, it's important to have that contrast, to understand this good enough, to be able to engage with criteria of success, independent of your idealistic goal. Because look, sometimes you're going to hit the ideal. I've done it, and it's beautiful when it happens, but it's a gift and it's rare. And that makes it even more beautiful. But you see how the judgment works. It's like, oh, reduce my anxiety about the living room such that when I walk through it, I'm not nervous or whatever. Right. Oh, this is the principle in agile development tactics of minimum viable product. Yeah, you get enough code cobbled together that you can see something run. And there's so much psychology wrapped up in that, although I don't like the psychological frame. It is a valid frame. It's important. It's really kind of critical. And that's judgment. And the real problem that we're fighting nowadays is as the world gets flattened, as it gets reduced, as it gets compressed, as it gets simplified, as the margins get folded into the center, your judgment is easier, but also you have less to judge. That's why your judgment is easier. But now you don't live in an enchanted world. The world is harder to be a part of when it's flat, when it's compressed, when it's simplified, when it's reduced. There are fewer connections available. Fewer judgments actually means fewer handles for you to grab onto and be a part of. It's a problem, not an advantage. Seems like an advantage. Oh, I don't have as much judgment to do. And you know what? If I'm not judging as much, everyone else isn't judging me as much too. That's great. Win win. Wrong. Wrong. Completely backwards. You've just reduced the intimacy. You've destroyed the intimacy. You are contributing to the intimacy crisis by over reducing, simplifying the world, flattening it, bringing the margins into the center so that you don't have to judge and be judged. Because this whole I don't want to judge thing is really about I don't want to be judged at the same time. And you may say that's unfair, but we live in a world with other people. That's unavoidable. And I know people, I talked to people yesterday, constantly think they're being judged in ways that they're not. And judgment's weird. So yesterday I got dropped off at the house where I'm staying. A nice game of bowling. I didn't do terribly. You know, usually I do. So I feel good about that. Not that I'm a good bowler. Never was. Well, that's not true. Never was a good duck pin bowler. I was actually a pretty mean candle pin bowler back when I was in my teens. Person I was with asked me, are your hosts home? Are they there? And I was like, I've been with you. How the hell do I know? Could be. There are lights on in the living room. I don't know if they're home. How am I supposed to judge that? Why did you ask a silly question like that? I don't have any more information than you do. Right? It was crazy. I was like, what a weird question to ask. I can't possibly have an answer to that question. I don't have the information. Pardonnez-moi. So this flat world, and we can compress time. as though I've already been in the house. So I would know. That's part of it. People aren't accounting for time at all. That's part of the compression, the reduction, the simplifying. They're simplifying time. They're looking at hindsight bias and saying, oh, we could have known this ahead of. No, you couldn't. Things unfold in an order for a reason or for many reasons. That's the real problem. There's never a reason. Nothing unfolds for a reason. That never happened. It never is going to happen. Not the world you live in. Things unfold for many reasons. And you don't necessarily have access to those reasons. And that's the issue. Lots of people discern a difference, but to avoid judgment, they punt on doing anything else. They'll say, oh, yes, well, sure, there is a difference. There's a difference between something like knowingly lying and lying out of ignorance, but we can't always tell. So we shouldn't do anything differently. That's wrong. I say, doesn't matter why they lied. The lie happened. Now you've taken action. The fact that you don't know all the details doesn't mean anything. You only need enough details to act. First, you have to judge whether or not you have enough details to act. That's a problem. Yes, that's a problem. Welcome to life. Welcome. That's a problem too. Just like stereotypes, just like ideals, just like lack of success criteria. Oh no, Mark, you're bringing us more problems. Yes, I'm enchanting the world. You live in an enchanted world. There are more problems, but they're under your control, at least more so than the world where everything is whoever got into office. Maybe they got voted there. Maybe they stole an election. Maybe they were a mean guy with a mustache and they did something bad, which didn't happen, by the way. Totally Democratic vote. Just saying. You're subject to all that. And you can judge it, you can discern it, and not act. That's not the world we live in. You need to be able to judge when you have enough information to act. That's part of the judgment. It's tricky. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not living in an easy world. If you're living in an easy world, good for you. I don't know why you're here. I'm going to make the world any easier in some sense, make it a lot easier in a lot of senses, especially once you get the models that are very simple. Once you understand how simple this is, it's like, oh, I don't need all this other garbage. I don't need to read a million philosophical books and 100 treatises on morals and ethics and some take some deep course in theology. No, you don't need any of that. I know this because most people don't do that and they live good lives. It's not hard. Simple models. I'm not reducing your struggles. Those struggles are there anyway, though, whether you realize it or not. The question is, do you want to take control of it as much as you can have, or do you want everything to just control you? That's your judgment. And the larger problem is that judgment is done to a standard. Do you know what standard you're using? Because you're taking actions. So your judgment happened. What did you base that action on? What were you judging against to take that action? Unless you're taking no action in the world, you need to judge. You are judging, and judgment requires a standard. What standard are you using? Is it the law? And I'm not saying you should never use the law to judge, but you can't use the law to judge everything. It doesn't talk about everything. It's not supposed to. I would argue fewer laws are better laws. Maybe you only need 10. Who knows? Or maybe you need 15 and you dropped that other tablet while you were on the mountain. Obscure movie reference. Judgment helps you find the axioms that you're using. more than others are using. The axioms are the things you do not judge, you do not question, and you do not critique, at least in the moment. I'm not saying you can never critique axioms. I'm saying that they're the starting points. They're the places you stand on to do things like judge and discern. So it's not all virtues and values. I propose that should start from being is good. I think that's a good starting point. Can I prove that it's the right axiom? No. I can't prove it in any sense of the word, certainly not in a scientific sense, because science can't do that. I think you can derive all the other axioms, all the virtues and all the values, and all the principles that you need from that axiom. And you'll notice again in last week's stream, talking to Vincent, I got him to axioms, and he admitted they were axioms. There's nothing wrong with that. I wasn't objecting to his axioms. I was objecting to his claim that his system was rational. Then he couldn't do it. You got to be able to do the trick. This has always been my critique of Sam Harris. He can't do the trick. He says he can be an ethical actor. When you ask him to do it, he can't do it reliably, consistently, 100% zero on that one. Never did it. That's why I was never a fan of his from day one. Not from day one. I knew he was going to run into something. Did I know what it was going to be? No. You want some proof? Navigating patterns. 2 videos, 1 month apart on Sam Harris. Right there. That's all you need to know. I got the goods. I did the trick. Do the trick. Can't do the trick. I'm skeptical. I don't have to burn you at the stake, but I'm skeptical. You need axioms. And there's nothing wrong with not rationalizing everything. I don't even think it's possible to rationalize everything. I don't think it's important. I think that you need some rationality, but there's a limit to rationality. There's lots of limits to rationality. It's not going to encompass the world. And it doesn't have to. There was a time when everybody was less rational, and we're here. It's okay. You don't need to judge whether or not ice cream is okay for dinner. You can just have that when you're old enough. I remember I was in my mid 20s and I woke up and I was having a pretty good day. It's like, what am I going to have for dinner? And I went, I've never had ice cream for dinner. I'm an adult. I can have ice cream for dinner. Well, this, I'm having freaking ice cream for dinner. There's no one here to tell me otherwise. It was fantastic. Best day of my life. And of course, I'm a glutton, so I ate way too much ice cream. But if you put ice cream in front of me, I will eat all of it. Doesn't matter how much you put in front of me. I will die eating all the ice cream. It's a problem. I go to great lengths to keep candy, ice cream, sweets out of my way because I will eat them all. Very hard for me not to. Very, very difficult. Easter was, oh, so hard. I love food so much, and I'm way too sick to eat lots of food. But I'm old enough. Part of judgment is a responsibility. When you are a judge, you are also responsible for the results. And that's why people don't like judgment. And they don't want other people's judgment. They don't want the responsibility of judging themselves. Fair enough. But we're living in a world, not an option. Bad judgment makes for good learning. Isn't that a bitch? Notice and judge consequences. Recognize trade offs using your judgment. And yeah, your discernment comes first. We went over that last week. Judgment is the thing that allows you to learn. It's not optional. It was never optional. It's never going to be optional. You're not going to live in a world where people aren't judging you. That's impossible. They can't take action around you if they can't judge you. You may not like the way they judge you, and that may not be your fault. That sucks. We're living in an imperfect world. If only somebody had told me. Who knew? Surprise ending. We're not living in a perfect world. To quote the immortal words of Socrates, I drank what? Another movie reference. Sorry. One of the problems that we have with judgment, because it's all about preparing to take an action, right? Because we need to act or else we're not alive. This judgment requires authority and skill. Do you have those? Are you in a position to judge? Did you do your research? Or did you just discern, have an emotion, and act? This is what I was talking about earlier. Having an emotion and acting can be hijacked because people can control your emotions to a much greater degree than you realize. A lot of your emotional response is mediated by your unconscious mind, not your conscious mind. Your rationality only goes so far. And if somebody comes up to you and says, "Wouldn't you like to live in a world without war?" Feel the emotional response. And I've mentioned this before, and in some ways I don't like mentioning it. In other ways, it's really important to realize. Go get a copy of Hitler with his speeches that is not translated. Turn the sound down if you know German. Don't even listen to him. Just watch the screen. Discern what you're feeling in the moment. Every single time I have done that, I have been like, I don't know what that guy's doing. I don't know where he is. I don't know where he's going, but I'm going to follow him every single time. And I'm not afraid to tell you. And I'm still terrified by it because I don't know what that is, but I know it's there and I can judge it as not good. I'm not judging him as not good. I'm judging the emotional hijack as not good. That's judgment. Oh, I don't know where he is. I don't know where he's going, but I want to follow him. That's not good for me. I'm not judging him. I don't have to judge him in that case. Not required. Now, when he starts opening concentration camps, yeah, maybe I have to judge him. Maybe before that. But judgment's a tricky thing. You can judge for yourself, which doesn't mean judge somebody else by your standards. It means judge your actions independent of them. That's judging for yourself. That's something to think about. If you haven't done your research, if you haven't researched what somebody else told you, maybe you shouldn't judge. Maybe you're not prepared to do that judgment. Do you have the skill and authority to judge? You can judge yourself for yourself. You always have the authority to do that. Do you have the skill? Well, you get that over time by making mistakes in judgment and discerning that that happened and then judging. Oh, that judgment was a mistake. I need to adjust my judgment. I need to adjust my virtues and my values or my vision of them or something. Fair enough. Judgment isn't easy. Just because it seems like you can doesn't mean you should. It's easy to go, oh, I should judge that person because they said something wrong about this doctrine that I care about. Should you judge the person? Should you judge their words? Did you even understand what they said? Do you really know what they're up to? It's hard. We saw sort of an example of that on Jacob's live stream earlier, where people were making comparisons between different folks. And some of these people have no idea. I know for a fact they're not well researched and they're not skilled at judging because their judgment sucks. And that's not me saying it. That's a lot of people going, oh, yeah, that was a poor choice. And maybe attacking somebody on a live stream when that person knows all the skeletons in your closet, maybe not all, but a bunch of really bad skeletons in your closet is not good judgment. Not good judgment. And on the other hand, we've been taught to be skeptical of our own judgment. It's very sneaky. Told on the one hand that we can judge, but when we do, we're told we are just missing something. Oh, you don't understand the Hegelian dialectic. No, no, I'm fairly sure that Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy is correct about this. I mean, maybe your judgment's better, but I don't think so. This is how we end up listening to authors who make no sense and believing that they are smart, like Hegel. Good example. What if they're not smart? What if the reason no one understands them and can defend their freaking work, which you think would be easy if they're right, is because they were talking gibberish? Did you ever think about that? Is everything you don't understand smart? No, not by a long shot. It is okay to judge somebody as smarter than you and ignore them. There's nothing wrong with that. Intelligence is not the pinnacle value of the universe. It's just not. That is appropriate judgment. That is proper submission. And again, you don't have to judge them. You can say, I'm not smart enough to understand their point, and therefore I shouldn't engage with it. And I have explained this to people over and over again. One of the problems that I have had with, say, Carl Jung, I know he went wrong somewhere because everybody goes wrong somewhere. It's not a magic trick. I'm not making a crazy claim here. It turns out there are no perfect people, as near as I can tell. And maybe there was one once, but he's not here now. So let's not go down that road. Like, let's deal with time that we're in and not time that we're not in or time that we might be in. There are no perfect people. I don't know where Carl Jung went wrong. I can't tell. That scares the hell out of me. So I avoid his work. It's that simple. And I mean, I'm already not going to read his stuff because I'm not reading anyone's stuff really. Well, have been doing the Plato Book Club, right, on the Texas Wisdom Community YouTube channel. So if you want to see more of me there pontificating on the Republic, it's there. I put the link in before. I might remember to put it in again today. So yeah, I mean, there's no harm and no foul in saying, boy, Carl Jung's probably got some good stuff there. Like everybody, including 3-year-olds, by the way. No, I mean that seriously. You should take that seriously. You can learn something from everybody, and you might find more wisdom in the offhanded or seemingly offhanded comment of a 3-year-old than you can find in the entire Confucian texts. That can happen. But I'm not going to engage with him because I can't tell where he went off the rails. But I know he went off the rails. I've made that judgment. My ass off the rails. Right. So I want to address some of the stuff that's been going on. I know I'm remote, so I don't have the best setup, although this is an awesome setup. My best friend Brian has a wonderful office with a great setup. Just doesn't have 4K monitors everywhere like I do. So man, I win. Very important win, by the way. At least stupid tech games. Who's geekier? I always win the who's geekier game. So I like this, because yeah, that's where Christian hope comes in. When things aren't fully resolvable in this life. Yeah. Yeah, that's one way the Christians resolve it. They're all crazy though. Not recommended. Mills, good way to set up a big crude false dichotomy. If you aren't for this, you are for insert bad thing that everyone dislikes, right? Mills, too often this is the cost of entry. People get lonely and demoralized enough to allow this ideological possession and wind up getting taken far from living our living your values. Right. Well, because the emotional hijack is there. It's it's hard. It's easy to get emotionally hijacked. Your emotions are super powerful and they're unconscious. And yeah, we use our rational mind to help keep a lid on them, but it's imperfect. And that's part of the problem. And yeah, Anselman, look, if you're speaking out of ignorance because you don't know any better, and if you're part of the deep state, why wouldn't I fire you either way? Like, why do I care why? Like, a lot of this is where conspiracy theories come from. Oh, I know the secret knowledge, the forbidden knowledge, the Gnosticism right there, right? I know that this person, part of the deep state, and they did that. Like, there's no way to tell. You can't tell if they did it out of ignorance or conspiracy or they were just made it a slip of the tongue. I can't tell. But when it happens over and over again, I can tell that you need to go. If you want to say, oh, we have to rehabilitate them, that's fine. We can fire them first and rehabilitate them later. I don't, that's fine. I'm not going to do that, but you can. Speaking mistakenly. Yeah, again, but that's the wrong layer of analysis or judgment, right? I can judge my action about what to do about the head of some agency that lies to me without worrying about why. Did he have the best of intentions? I don't care. That's the responsibility that you take. You can lie as an official. I don't mind that. But if I find out and I fire your ass, that's still on you. That's not on me. I made the judgment and the hammer came down. Too bad for you. Of course, it doesn't work that easily with that sort of situation. But if the voters vote him out, or the other executives say, yeah, this guy's kind of has to fall on his sword. Yeah, sometimes people have to fall on their swords. Also true. That's a judgment. I know. I guess Girard apparently talks about we don't have scapegoats or something. Yes, we do. That's not going away. And it shouldn't go away. Leaders, not experts, because experts don't do this. Leaders often fall on their swords because they're supposed to. They're supposed to take responsibility. Experts never take responsibility. That's why you shouldn't listen to them. No, really. You should not listen to experts unless you're in a position to judge. So, should I listen to an expert on computer security about computers? Probably. But I'm kind of an expert in computers, so that makes a difference. Mills might be worth discussing commitment to a standard or set of standards where this should be self-curated or subscribed to. You can't self-curate standards. Look, I don't say this enough, although my audience may disagree. You're a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. Virtues and values are bigger than us. We can't know them. Not in their entirety, not well enough. You can never know goodness, truth, and beauty well enough. You can never know justice well enough. That's what Plato's Republic is about. You can't know justice well enough. Even if you scale up to a city, which is not a political move at all, you misread the book if you thought there were politics in it. You're just wrong. Sorry, you're just wrong. Chapter 2 makes it clear. You can't do that. So yeah, you have to have a commitment. You might do that based on seeing somebody that you really appreciate or admire and saying, where did they get their virtues and values from? And maybe they're like, well, this came from my pa, or this came from my church, or this came from my grandfather. This came from the man down the street. This came from my adopted family. And then you can adopt that too. But you're not doing it by yourself on your own. That's not happening. This individualism is terrible. Handsome, you can mitigate self reproach by acknowledging your good intentions and your limited circumstances. Muppets. The answer is always Muppets. Joey, if I repeated someone's proposition in an egotistical way, would it be funny? Depends how you did it. Oh, Jesse wants me to keep the monologue going. Well, yes. Well, this is a quick break from Joey to advertise that Joetopia rules for evaluating propositions. I can confirm that Joetopia, if you were there, you could judge everything perfectly. That is actually true. I'm sorry I left that out of my monologue, Joey. Please don't hurt me for that transgression. Mills claims that book 7 is incredible. Mills, if you haven't, my friend Dr. Lantern Jack, if you haven't seen his channel on YouTube, just type in Dr. Lantern Jack or Lantern Jack. He has a whole special thing on Plato's Republic that is fantastic. And I actually did that long before I read or started reading the book. We're not done. Texas Wisdom Community. We're not doing it this Saturday because our host had a personal issue to deal with. But we'll resume next Saturday. More videos are coming. Don't worry. Andrew Parsons, Hegel was a sheep writer. You are dead on. Thank you. I would say that of most of the modern quote philosophers. Andrew, again, I'm just saying he didn't have a language to talk about the absolute until after unconscious had come about. Yeah, you got to be suspicious of people who didn't account for the unconscious. You could be cynical about it, and maybe I'll be cynical about it and say the unconscious is actually just the spirit. But yeah, if you didn't at least have that, that's a problem. Oh, Phlebas, Joey, just the guy we need. Yes, well, problem with Joey, and this is where judgment comes in, is that Joey's successful. And so we need to be resentful and angry about that. Otherwise, what are we really? Oh, here we go. Benjamin Franklin. I love the Muppet theory of epistemology. I appreciate that. Normally, I wouldn't engage in epistemology. However, Joey, if I'm needed, it's already too late. Can confirm. Mills. At some point, I'd like to hear your thoughts on agency within the Muppet model. Why are we skipping ahead one live stream? I told you, action is next. Why are you rushing me? Stop rushing me. Enselman, is that because he wrote an Hegelian dialectic? I love these people that take dialectic rather, and reframe it for themselves, like Hegel did. It's like, you sure Plato was wrong? I don't know. I don't think so, Claire. I don't think that's going to happen at all. Um, I'm just too tired after dealing with the live stream and certain people. And I already agreed with you like twice, Claire, and that, like, if that's not enough for you, I don't know what to tell you. I had to take a shower because I agreed with you, so I feel dirty. So yeah, here's the link. People are welcome to hop in. I am too tired to continue any more monologuing. Pin this link to the Navigating Patterns channel, which is the only channel I can pin it to, although it will be available in the chat. So it scrolls off into non-existence. Won't scroll off on Jacob's channel because there's no one there commenting. It'll scroll off in Randos United because all of you haters who aren't in Navigating Patterns are hanging out there and chatting. But the rest of you who love me are on Navigating Patterns chatting. So yeah, feel free to jump in or ask more questions and I'll try to answer them. Gotta get me some water. I know I called them haters. You like how I trying to use my reverse psychology to get them to subscribe to my channel and watch me there? It's very clever. And just again, was it 3 weeks ago now? I had a live stream that got like 600 and something views just on Jacob's channel. I actually got over 1,000 views total between the three channels. So thank you. That was wonderful. And of course, again, I have my first over 1K video, Jordan Peterson, his trick on navigating patterns. Super happy about that. Thank you. Last time I checked it, it was at 481 for subs, something like that. So that's great. Trying to get the numbers up. And also, I'm on Twitter. And on Twitter, we can get me over 1,000, no, 500, which I'm not halfway to yet. And then you can monetize on Twitter. I don't even know what that means, by the way. I just was told recently that that was the case. I saw the Elon Musk tweet about the monetization, and then somebody else tweeted out, "Oh, you need 500 subs and so many tweets or something." I don't know if I'm behind on tweets. I could tweet all day just by going into my pictures and posting pictures of beautiful things from my trips abroad, for example, or my trip to Hawaii or my garden, because I have lots and lots of pictures that I never post. So there's always that option. Yeah, Claire, I'm gonna decline just because it's gonna go to a bad place pretty quick because I'm still smoking mad from the live stream and being compared to bad actors by bad actors, which is even more amusing, especially the cojones on somebody like that to do something like that. It's like, A, you're an idiot. Like that was a stupid move. Uh, B, you didn't think that through at all. Like, you, I have nuclear weapons. You have sticks. This is an error on your part. You don't want to back me into a corner or call me out for anything in the position you're in. It's just not a good plan. Not a good plan. Well, look, I think the easiest way to understand what happened on that Jacob live stream is the following: psychological projection. A lot of times, and this happened with two of the people on that live stream, people would project their sins onto others. And that was definitely happening. Uh, Tyler, in particular, destroys communities. He's destroyed several. I'm still trying to remember. I used to know the name of the channel that he started with the group doing stuff on, and I have it in my head, and it's not popping out as words. Mills, on topic, at what point do you believe it is appropriate to come to a conclusion and move to a judgment, some kind of useful heuristic to offer? Okay, here's what I would say. Look, it starts with discernment. Okay. Then you have to judge in order to act. You might want to act as the result of an emotion, might want to act as a result of a rationality. If you don't have a little bit of both, you're probably not going to act. I know lots of people who rationalize their way to something and never do it. That's actually super common. I think you're jumping ahead to action, and discernment alone is sufficient to cause judgment. The two bleed in, again, they're overlapped, right? And that's an issue is you have to know the difference between mere discernment and judgment. But you have to judge to act. For whatever reason you're acting, it's not particularly relevant. And so I would say the heuristic is you need to get your clarity to a point where you hear both angels, or the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other. And now we have to judge Jesse. Don't judge me. Too bad, but I'll be there in an hour. So he gives us information and then says, don't judge me. New information requires judgment. Am I going to listen to Jesse ever again? Or am I going to realize that he's just not reliable? I don't know. I have to judge him now. But that new information, you've got to judge, right? You got to judge. You've got to judge whether or not you're going to engage with new information or whether or not you should before you judge the new information, right? So again, you've got a bureaucrat. He lied. New information comes out that he may have been what I don't care. The move is the same. So what you need to judge first is whether or not you have enough information, enough skill, and enough authority to make the judgment that leads to the action. Mills, safe to say that judgment emerges in due time from discernment, which is your correction here. I don't think it emerges. I mean, a lot of people make discernment and then they don't judge. They say, oh, I know there's a difference between knowingly lying and lying by mistake, right? Because you were misled or whatever. I know there's a difference there. And that's why I'm not going to judge. And it's like, really? That's why you're not going to judge? And this is why I say it's important that no, a lie is a lie. And the reasons for it are matters of forgiveness, grace, uh, something in redemption. Brains crap today. Apologies. And you can always avoid judgment, or you can always tell yourself you're not judging and destroy your discernment, which again I discussed last week. Joey, just not lest say be judged. Yes, can confirm. I think that's the issue. All right, Claire, if you can stay on your very bestest behavior and not stray into religion, which we're not here to talk about ever, I'll add you to the stream. We'll see how this goes. I'm judging that it's possible that you're going to be reasonable for a little while since we can share a common enemy.
Hi, Mark.
So I do want to let me address one thing quick, just because Jesse just threw this in. Is there a connection between boundaries and judgment? Yes. Boundaries provide contrast for judgment. Good question, Jesse. I didn't make that clear. But yeah, we did talk about boundaries before discernment, right? So you need that. You need all that. And that was what the conversation was about, right? With Tyler was he was asked to draw boundaries around Claire here, who look, it's no secret, I'm not the biggest fan of Claire by any means, but he couldn't draw boundaries between Claire and Jacob and Mark, me. That's a good hint that his judgment is off.
Why does he even need to draw boundaries? Can't we just be allowed to interact and like or dislike each other without him? I don't
I
know.
think he has some good points.
Grandstanding about it.
There's and Jacob's on about this too, right? Like there are certain people that you don't need to engage. That we're not all equal, and not everybody has good ideas. And if you're not a good idea person, sharing your ideas around good ideas persons, you're taking the oxygen out of the room for no reason.
Well, people want to talk about their stuff, and I guess even if they don't agree with you, sometimes you get good ideas off them anyway.
Well,
Because
that's true. Like that's a fair point. Right. But at a certain point, you got to say, and Jacob did it today in his stream. He got rid of John. He said, John, you're not keeping up with the conversation. I mean, he didn't say it that nicely, but that's what he meant in his heart of hearts. I'm quite sure of that, making a
Mhm.
judgment. And he said, I'm gonna get rid of you because he gave John a warning, and I thought it was a pretty clear warning myself. And he kind of didn't drop off on his own, and Jacob gave him another chance and then dropped him off. And I thought that was a fair way to handle it. Now, I don't like his messaging. I think it's way too harsh. He's not that harsh a person. I have this on good authority from people who've met him in person. I don't have firsthand experience, but I've had nothing but lovely experiences with Jacob, even when I disagree with him. But I'm a little bit more tolerant of disagreement in general than most people.
Well, I like to think I am very tolerant, and I mean it's not a big deal for people to disagree. Well, okay, I've got some ideas, and I know people disagree with me, and I mean there's just no need to get hysterical about it. Lots of people I know have wacky ideas. You know, and I think it's good practice to be able to explain and justify yourself, rather than just sort of condemn somebody and.
Yeah, that's the struggle. Well, look, I mean, Jacob does a really good job, whatever other criticisms you have of him, and he's not perfect at it, but he actually does a really good job, better than most other people, at giving people a chance to talk. He just has a threshold. And the difference between Jacob and everybody else is that he has boundaries and he holds to them. And people don't like that because that's a judgment. Yeah, but everybody else just cuts people out and never gives them a chance. So Jacob's 100 times better than all of those people just on that particular stance. I can judge that. I can say that. And that's fair. Like, and I did the same thing, right? I did this with you on the last live stream, and I did it with Vincent, right? And until you cross the boundary, I was willing to talk. I then crossed the boundary, warned off, and then gone. And that's always on the table with me. And you can complain, but like it's my live stream. I made it happen, right? I put in a bunch of work, and you're not entitled to the fruits of my labor. You're just not, right? And that's part of this issue. Jacob set up the StreamYard. This is his StreamYard account. It's not mine. I'm not paying for it, and I'm grateful because I wouldn't have one otherwise.
Yeah. Well, we're still talking, so it's fine to have a few disagreements and throw each other off our channels every now and
But look,
then.
can we give him credit for giving people a voice, even you, in spite of the disagreement? Like I
Absolutely,
think that's
absolutely.
better than
Of
most
course,
people.
I don't have any problem agreeing with that. He's just given me so much publicity. I mean, just the way
Right.
he talks about me, I'm like some, super villain or something. But
You're living rent
that's
free in his head. Congratulations.
yeah. So I don't mind, and I mean, being introduced to you guys is just kind of well. I mean, it's a different corner of the internet, and
Yeah.
it's well, a different kind of people to what I'm used to. So it's very interesting. It's always good to meet different people and see how they interact,
Mhm.
and you're not all bad, or even the bad ones are not always bad. So yeah, it's good to meet you, Mark. And I think
Don't blame me.
maybe after so many interactions, we might not be so antagonistic towards each other after all.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a difference between antagonism and judgment. If Jacob punts somebody out of his stream, it's not antagonizing, and it's not an indication of antagonism. It's just somebody crossed a boundary. And I do, I'm going to segue into some of these talks because Mills is asking about Christian self-examination, which of course I'm not going to talk about. I'm going to talk about self-examination. So let's suppose that you need to examine your own behavior, right? You need to adjust your judgment by using your judgment because that is an appropriate use. Maybe it strays into parasitic thinking or whatever, but I don't actually think so. I think that self-examination and judgment's a thing. You need to do it relative to a standard. You need to hold yourself to that standard. And maybe you can't. And maybe the issue is that you need to use an external standard. And maybe that's street epistemology, maybe it's science, although I'd argue those are bankrupt. Maybe it's a religion, right, in order to orient yourself. Like you can't use effective altruism. Effective altruism is a meaningless term outside of a lot of contexts, and I do mean a lot. The only argument that got made against me on that point, this is on Clubhouse a while back, was if we had had many conversations, we could use that term between us. Yeah, sure, that's true of any two terms. Like in fact, I have made up words like oogly, and some people know what oogly means, and some people do not. And the context is complicated and difficult to explain to people. But that's the thing is, without an external judgment that other people, standard for judgment that other people are looking at in distributed cognition, it's a very tricky thing. And when we try to self-judge without that external marker, without virtues and values that are much bigger than us, than we Muppets can even understand in some cases, we run into problems. And the problem is it's way too easy to listen to that soothing part of yourself that says, you know what you did is fine. It's fine for you to attack people, to lump them all in one category and to say they're all the same when discernibly they are not. And then when people are asking you, please do the discernment, please make the judgment, like your judgment. I'm not asking you for to you give me your judgment. I'm asking for how you came about your judgment. Fair enough, you know, and you can't do it. That's a problem.
Well, I learned something from our last exchange. So somebody makes ironic comment about active listening, and I looked it up and I thought, well, what a good idea, this active listening thing. Had you heard of it before, Mark?
I've heard of this ridiculous concept of active listening. Yes. I don't think you can actively listen, but
Well, it just means that you listen to somebody, you paraphrase what they said to show that you understand what they said, and then there was something else, I forget. It's quite simple. It's one of those self-help things. But I thought it was
yeah, it can be
I
useful.
was already doing it, which is why that person
Yes,
said
you
in the
you
chat.
you thought you were already doing that, right? And as I've pointed out to you in past conversations many times, you rephrased everything I said using none of my words and much more complicated and unnecessary framing. And that's what I would typically object to, right? Like I understand the framing tricks that postmoderns
It's not
do,
a
and I
trick.
understand that people do
It's
them
called
without
steel
realizing it.
manning. It's called steel manning. You can straw man and
Yep,
um
you can.
and what I was doing was steel manning. I think you mean to say, and it was meant to make what you said.
I understand what you think you were doing. Believe me,
Mhm.
that wasn't the issue.
And then what was it?
That you weren't representing my point of view at all. You were trying to bring things into your frame, into your point of view, so that you could open up the conversation to your frame. And that wasn't going to happen.
I was only telling you my interpretation of things, and well,
I understand that.
I was open to correction, basically. But maybe the speed of the conversation. Sometimes if you talk quickly, the other person, well, gets excited, and maybe when you want to calm somebody down, you speak slowly, so they don't get excited. But if I talk really quickly, then you think something's not, that sort of thing.
Or or you or you talk really quickly on purpose.
Well, it's a way of, if I talk really quickly on purpose, it's because I'm scared that you're going to interrupt me before I finish my sentence. So I talk really quickly, so,
There could be
but that
lots of
might,
reasons.
yeah, but you don't really know. I mean, what people perceive as that somebody's doing something that they find annoying.
That could be. I'm not too worried about it.
No, I'm not.
I
We're
understand
talking
the
now.
psychology behind the different modes of speech and intonation a lot better than
Mhm,
people think I do. Let me put it that way.
mhm. Yeah. So what do you know about Tyler? Why is he doesn't appear very often, does he? It's the first time I've
No,
seen
he
him.
vanished after being embarrassed by his scandals and getting called out for destroying communities, which I find very ironic that he's accusing me of doing that. I did A, the opposite, and B, he's the one that destroyed communities.
What
That's what I thought
scandals?
amusing. I was like, this isn't going to fly. Everybody knows what you did on Discord, and maybe that'll fly for a bunch of Christians who weren't there. But like, I've got a 3+ year history with the guy, and I know where his skeletons are buried. So I thought it was a bad move. But if he wants to make a bad move, I consider him an adversary at the very least. Then he's welcome to make all the bad moves he wants. Because again, I like to win. So sorry.
Mhm. Oh, so he's Christian, and he's
I
done the
guess
same sort
I
of
don't.
thing before.
I I don't. I don't. I don't know if he identifies as Christian or to what extent. Never came up that I recall.
Hmm.
It's not relevant to me, right? He destroyed the Awakening for the Meaning Crisis community with a particular move that he made in one day after he got called out for it. and that server was never the same after that, for sure. And then he eventually got removed as an administrator from that server at the behest of somebody who, female, which is not a coincidence, who made a complaint against him because he was behaving poorly towards her on multiple servers. So,
Right, stalking her, it sounds like. So basically, he pulled the same trick on somebody else before, like, oh, this person, they're evil, why are you talking to them? That kind of thing?
yeah, I think that's common online. Lots of people do that.
Right. But I suppose he has a kind of dramatic. Okay, he sounds vaguely authoritative, I must say.
He's got very, very high level of enchantment skills. He can drop his voice and he talks slower and lower and draws you into his little world where he says ridiculous things like the cells in your body are attached cosmically to all of the stars in the sky. And he's literally said that before
Wow.
in the low, slow voice, and people have fallen for it. I've watched him in real time, and whatever. I mean, that's part of his thing.
Yes, I mean, I'd say he's charismatic, which is why I suppose it's so unnerving when he, does his dramatic thing about demonizing
And
you.
well, a lot of people fall for charisma, and it's there for a reason, and maybe they should. I'm not against charisma at all. Actually, I think it's an important component. The question is, what are your fruits? And if your fruits are destroying servers, annihilating communities, co-opting people's work for your own deeds, or misusing your enchantment to, build a harem or start a cult or whatever, then it's bad charisma, right? And the charisma
Yeah,
itself isn't bad. It's the aim
if
that's
it's
actually
used
bad.
for evil purposes, like
No, I wouldn't
well,
even call them
Hitler,
evil. I would say if it's used for bad or negative purposes.
or
And
selfish
you need
purposes.
to judge that. Well, and you need boundaries and discernment to judge all that. And that's what's important. Like, you need to be able to judge, is it okay to even put, say, Jacob and Mark in the same category? And I would say, I mean, we certainly have categories we share, but the ones that were mentioned today aren't among them. That's for certain.
So he just dislikes you because you've clashed before or something.
Look, I don't pretend to know his motives about anything. I don't
Hmm.
particularly care. I can just look at what people do and not care about their motives and go, this is bad, and not deal with, oh, maybe he's a good person inside, deep inside. And the fact that everywhere he goes, he leaves a train of destruction and death and doom is coincidental. I don't care. I'm a pragmatist. None of this mind reading matters to me. I cannot know his motives. I'm not interested in his motives. I That's as far as it needs to go. Like, I just don't need to get into what are the 6,000 possible reasons that he's acting the way he's acting, or why he called me out for, which was it was a tactical error. It was one of the largest tactical errors I've seen anybody do online in a long time. It's fantastically beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some people like drama for the sake of it. I mean,
Right,
Jacob
right. Well,
doing
that's
what he
the
was
thing. You can
doing.
never tell if somebody's doing it on purpose, or if they're doing it for egomaniacal reasons, or you can't know that. They don't even know that. They can't tell you that. And there are certainly circumstances where I can show you evidence that would lead you to the inference that that in particular was true. But I don't need to get to that level of detail to make a decision about what to do about somebody. I warned the person running the AppMC server that Tyler needed to be kicked off his admin ages before he was, probably a year and a half before he was actually, booted off. That happened. And I understand why that person didn't want to do it, because Tyler was instrumental in setting up the server. I get that. That's fair. But also, like, it was obvious to a bunch of people that he wasn't doing the right thing anymore.
I bet the girls liked him, didn't they?
Some of them did, I'm sure, but I didn't take a poll. Like, unlike Tyler, who claims to have this secret poll of people who don't like me, I don't do that. I don't play that game. I don't look if and I've said this to many people. They've come to me and said, Mark, you have to do something about X. And sometimes they're right about that. But
Mhm.
most of the time I say, no, you need to go to that person and tell them you have a problem. You need to set your own boundaries. I'm not setting boundaries for you. Sometimes that's not true. Sometimes they come to me and they say, you need to step into the situation. And sometimes that is actually correct. And I have no problem doing that. But I also have
Mhm.
no problem telling somebody, no, 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 this is your problem. You need to deal with it because those are your boundaries, not mine. Because that happens too. And that's a judgment. And that's a judgment that I make. And obviously, if you're coming to me, you're going to trust my judgment to some extent, even though that you may have selfish reasoning and say, I want this stopped right away for my own purposes. That can still lead to me going, even though I think you're selfish and you don't give a rat's tail about the goodness in this, you are right in that I need to step in. And
Mhm.
often when I step in, those people are very upset because I don't do exactly what they want. Well, that's too bad. You came to me, you trusted my judgment. The judgment was outsourced, probably something I should have discussed in the monologue. See, Claire, you're contributing quite nicely now. And so, yeah, it's important to understand when you outsource your judgment, when you want somebody else, some other authority or some other structure or whatever to help mediate your decisions and make those judgments for you so that either you know what action to take or they take an action irrespective of your own. That's totally fair. That's a very good point.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. But I don't know if you saw that stream when I think it was fairly at the okay, I don't. I think I appeared in the middle, and then oh yes, yes, Jacob swooped in and said and told Gavin that I'd offended Gavin, and Gavin wasn't even that offended, and then I was kicked off, and then everybody just came up and said, "Ooh, ooh, the boundaries, boundaries, we need boundaries," and it sort of ended up, I think, in somebody or a few of them saying, oh, we need somebody there to protect us from ourselves, to protect us from having our feelings hurt by each other. That I gathered was really the well the general sentiment of people in that stream, and I thought,
Well, look, protecting the innocent is a duty, and I think it's an
but
important one.
adults,
Yeah, that's
they're
okay.
not.
Some people are adults in age and not adult enough in either their discernment, their judgment, right, or their cognitive ability, and that's the problem. And yeah, I think Anselman's bringing up a good point. Jacob does act on personal dislike, absolutely does,
Yes.
and even in that, however, he is fairly well tempered, and for that he deserves a great deal of credit because most people are not. You can be upset at Jacob all day long. Uh, Everybody knows I have my gripes with Jacob and some of the stuff he says, but I still support him as a person, even if I don't support all his projects. And I still support him in that he's doing stuff. And in doing stuff, he is being criticized because that's the way of it. Like some people hate success and they're not going to like Jacob. And some people, a lot of people are postmodern anti structuralists, and Jacob's trying to build a structure. And that sucks. But also, you need structures. We need structures to help us judge things, for example, right? You need that judgment. And even if it's wrong, you're better off having a bad outsourced judgment than you are trying to do it yourself because you've got to give up on something in order to do that. And maybe you're not capable of it even with that.
Are you talking about hierarchy?
Yeah, this hierarchy is inevitable. I think Jordan Peterson
Mhm.
makes that clear. I don't think he's wrong about that.
Mhm. Mhm. Oh, will you be going to the conference next month?
I'm not going to that conference. No, I don't.
Did you
I
go
don't
to the
think it'll
last
have the
one?
magic. Yes, I went to Thunder Bay. I don't think it'll have the magic of Thunder Bay. I don't think the same spirit will be invoked. I hope I'm wrong. And I just don't see it as something that's going to go for the good as much as I would like. Certainly not as much as Thunder Bay. Thunder Bay was absolutely wonderful for very many reasons. And there's a lot of stuff I would have changed about Thunder Bay in hindsight, but only in hindsight. So they're unfair critiques in some sense.
Could you tell us a bit about Thunder Bay and why it was so wonderful? Was it the first time such a thing was
Yeah,
arranged?
that was the first conference for this little corner that I know of.
Mhm.
And look, there was lots of wonderful things about it. Yeah, as CW is pointing out, because he was there. I had a table at Thunder Bay. Yes, I was very well treated by Catherine and Eamon and Scott and Scott's wife, whose name I'm not sure I even got, but she was in the background making a bunch of things happen. It was quite remarkable. And I think, I learned a lot of stuff there, right? I walked in the door, I grabbed Ethan to the airport, and we drove up together. I walk in the door, and somebody says, Mark. And I realize immediately I'm in trouble because I don't know who this person is, and they clearly know who I am. And that is not a situation that I had ever been in my life. And I was like, oh, you have a YouTube channel. There's a bunch of people that know you, you've never interacted with directly. And now you need to adjust. And I hopefully did it well enough in the fly, right? That I met Eric. Of course, there were 3 Erics there, so I can't tell them apart already because I'm terrible at names. I know them by sight. Very visual thinker. So that was good lesson. I stayed at a hostel, good lesson. And I think the thing that made Thunder Bay work was the spirit of the people there was very much centered around exploration, which is something that I think nobody talked about enough. Everyone's too busy stuck in false dichotomies, like run away from pain and towards pleasure, which is nonsense. It's just observably incorrect. It's fight, flight, or freeze, and you can always explore, right? There's situations where you're not looking for anything in particular, but you are looking for opportunity or to manifest potential. And people just see us as goal-seeking creatures. That's wrong. It's experimental data shows that's wrong. I don't know where they're getting stuff from. They're obviously not reading any of the scientific papers on the subject. And Thunder Bay was very much an exploration of the ideas that were being brought up as a result of what Catherine had framed for everybody.
And Catherine is a therapist, and it was meant to be therapeutic, suggesting that you're going to be talking about, what was it, conscience and consciousness? That sort of thing?
Consciousness and conscience. It wasn't meant to be any. I would not classify Catherine as a therapist. I don't think it's relevant, though. And again, it wasn't goal-oriented. So therapy is a goal. There's no goal at Thunder Bay. It's an exploration. I think that is a hard idea to understand in modern times because we've ignored it. But there is such a thing as exploration, and exploring ideas, exploring ways of interacting with people, exploring frameworks is something that we do, whether we acknowledge it or not. And that's part of the problem, is that people haven't made the judgment that such a thing exists and is useful.
So the way it was arranged, you all sat around in groups, did you, and you bonded in your groups discussing the things you did, given exercises to do, that sort of thing?
Nope. No, it was not a normal conference. I've never been to a conference like this. I've never heard of a conference like this. There was some group stuff. It was mostly around discussion. And they did a little mini estuary there. I didn't participate in any of that. That's not my thing.
What is a mini estuary?
Oh, you can look at the video on the Consciousness and Conscience channel.
Yeah, I haven't watched them all, but maybe I watched 1 or 2.
Well, there's one on there where they do an estuary. John does his meditation, which he modified from the one in, oh no, I can't remember the name of it. Follow on to the meditation series. Oh, Cultivating Wisdom series.
Right. That was John Vervaeke doing his sort of mindfulness thing.
That was one set of groups that people got in, right? There was this other set around estuary that Paul Vanderklay ran around his protocol, right?
Was it mostly male, or were there many women, or mostly male?
I'm going to go with Catherine's number from the other day. She thinks there were about 30% women there. There were quite a few women there. Quite nice. That was one of my nicest moments. Was somebody said, "Would you like some tea?" And I was sitting at my table, and I went, "Actually, that would be awesome." And I don't know the last time somebody got me tea, so I was like, "This is the best day of my life." No one comes and gets me tea. I live alone, so it was lovely.
Oh. And it was a female who asked you if you wanted tea.
Yes.
Yes, that makes a difference. Well, it sounds like fun, but probably if I signed up for this one, I'd probably not have my booking fee returned or something.
I'm sure they'd be happy to let you in, Claire. Jacob's running it. It's Jacob's show over there. I mean, he'll deny it, but like his arrangement. And Vanderclay is way too nice. He'll let you in for sure. And look, he had a good stream with you. He said that today, right? He said, "Oh, I had a lovely time with Claire on my stream." And I agree. I thought it was a lovely time when you were on his stream the other day. That was awesome.
Yeah.
But also uncharacteristic for you. And it
See,
was
I
nice
can
to
be
use
nice.
the
I
prize.
can be nice.
I
So
have no
Jacob
doubt I
is
would have
going.
let you up if I didn't think you capable of it.
So Jacob is going this time. Or
It's
was he there
Jacob's
last time?
conference. He's the one that set up this conference.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that.
CW, I think he participated in Estuary. He said Estuary is a format for conducting open-ended discussions among otherwise disparate and unaffiliated individuals. Well said, sir. CW is really quite good with concise descriptions of things.
So basically you're divided into groups and you each get a chance to say what you think of the subject or something like that.
You can put things on the table. I'm not an estuary expert. I would like to agree with Anselman, who says a cup of tea makes everything nice. That is true. Yeah, an estuary protocol, roughly speaking, you're supposed to have any number of people bring, you're supposed to keep it small, but they can bring whatever topics they want. Then the group kind of decides what to talk about, which is fine.
Right. It's all these sort of games, I suppose, these word games for these adults to play. It does sound quite fun.
I don't know if I'd classify it that way, but it's certainly enriching for people to be able to discuss things they feel they can't discuss in any other place. And if that's estuary or alt channel, it's a randos conversation, or it's a Discord server, then I'm not necessarily opposed. But those things can also go horribly wrong because they can reciprocally narrow, to use some Vervaeke language, into something that's not great. So that's always a danger. And that danger manifests all over the internet all the time, I would say.
Yes, people getting their feelings hurt.
Yeah, or people just falling into conspiracy theories, or people falling into groups that aren't looking out for them and only care about making the group bigger, right? Which roughly a cult. And yeah, it's
could we be part of a cult? I mean, well, I guess
you could be if you wanted to be. I guess I have no idea.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's a sort of sub-cult. I guess there's Paul Vanderclay, and then there's Jacob, who is a sort of satellite channel, and Randos. Is it who does it belong to? I'm not even sure.
I have no idea who, if anybody runs Randos, and if they do, who that really is. And I don't think it's relevant to anything.
No, I suppose not. But yes, you get a kind of idea of the milieu of people in this group anyway. I mean, educated, middle class, that sort of thing. But for what it's worth, you may know that I sort of hang around with the Wignats, and I used to think it's really terrible what they say, and it's so repetitive, it's so dumb, but I guess they're working their issues out, arguing with each other with their competing conspiracy theories. But there was a while when I thought, well, at least they kind of say what they mean, and they let it out, and I think they get some release, because I mean often people say, what's the point anyway? What's the point of talking about all these things, and nothing gets solved, and you make a few more enemies and more people hate you. Why even bother discussing politics at all? And I find that most people. Well, most people I know are about saying what they mean, and maybe deleting it. But apparently they feel better after that, and I guess that's the therapeutic value of it. You express your emotions, you feel better, and you don't need to. You don't even need to keep the stream in
Well,
case you get a strike.
now you're describing therapy. So,
Yeah.
do you care to answer this question about which books are behind you? Because people are curious, apparently.
Oh, it's just rubbish. It's
Rubbish.
it's not my
Find it
actual.
find it
Um,
hard to believe that you read rubbish, Claire.
I mean that's not my bookshelf of the books I read. It's office stuff.
Are you saying you don't read them? Or are you saying they're not interesting?
I have a bookshelf. I have bookshelves, but they're not behind me. When you interview some, public intellectual, and you see a nice bookshelf, and it's got all the books that they like you to think that they've read. And,
Skepticism in the
these are
audience,
not
Claire.
these books.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, Mills wants to push back on educated middle class. He says, not the case for me. Autodidactic blue collar gruntier. Yeah, I don't think there's a political or socioeconomic frame that will fit the crew in this little corner. In fact, I can tell you that kind of thinking isn't going to work. And I think that's why they like their little group. But they need something to cohere around, and maybe controversy is the thing they cohere around. And yeah, people have to talk things out. That doesn't mean they believe what they talk about. I mean, debates famously are all about defending ideas, whether you agree with them or not, right? And if you're
Or
not
just
agreeing with an idea,
expressing
you don't believe it.
expressing them, entertaining them, challenging them. I mean, maybe we don't know if we believe something until we actually articulate it. And,
Yeah,
and
probably.
I think it's
That's what Peterson
helpful.
thinks.
He does say silly things, though. Like, what was the silliest thing he said? He said, "I don't know how to be a Jew and a Christian and a Muslim all at the same time." And I thought, well, nobody's asking you to do that. Or why do you even think, that anybody expects you to do that? And isn't
Scientific
it clear?
reductionism leads to that sort of thinking, right? Where they want to reduce everything. Suppose they take Hegel seriously, and they're like, oh, there's a dialectic, there's a thesis and antithesis, and we can do a synthesis. We can take two things and turn them into one. It's very Neoplatonic. It's very tempting. It's wrong, but yeah, I get where it's coming from.
Well, I thought Hegel was basically saying that all these ideas and these ideas fight each other through the people who support them, and this is how humans progress with their history of ideas, something like that. Anyway.
Yeah, Hegel says lots of things. They're just all wrong. That's all. I mean, it's just observational, descriptive stuff, and it's one lame interpretation that's observably incorrect, which is fine. Like, people are entitled to be wrong, but he's just more wrong than right. And the fact that somebody made a good point once does not mean you should take everything they say as gospel, as it were. But that's the problem with modern philosophers, right? Like the postmoderns make a good point or an alleged good point about critique, and everybody goes, oh, they're so smart. But that's not true. That's observably false. You can just ask anybody, what's the good in postmodernism? Go ahead. I've done this experiment with literally hundreds of scholars with PhDs. You know what their answer is? They don't have one. That's kind of weird. Like, you would think if it were good, if there were goodness in it, people would be able to just whip it right out and say, here's what's good about they can't.
What is
Not to say that it's
modernism
wrong.
anyway? I suppose modernism is kind of post-Christian thinking, isn't it? That's what it really means.
Maybe. Now
Modernism.
we have a challenge. Mills I vote for showing books. I'll show you mine. Here's one, Mystical Dimensions of Islam. So I guess he's asking you for your street cred on what you've read, which came up earlier today because it was
I haven't read
mentioned that
anything
you are more
recently.
well-read than I am.
Well, I read books, a long time ago, but I haven't for ages. Or, well, I can't remember the last book I read. I think it was a Barbara Pym. Yes, it was a Barbara Pym novel. That was maybe last year after Christmas.
Yeah, I think
But I feel
they're
these days,
looking for your bona fides on your philosophical and intellectual readings, and maybe your theological readings. Do you care to comment? I mean, you don't have to.
yeah, yeah,
That's
I'm
what
very
they're
happy.
asking.
Yes, I was good. I mean, a thought that occurred to me recently was that Jewish theology is Jewish philosophy, and they don't need anything else. And basically,
Yeah, that's fair.
the idea is that they're supposed to believe that God exists, and basically, um, well, basically believe that everything that happens has a purpose and was meant to happen, and we're and out of that we are to extract moral lessons. So we don't think in another world something else could have happened. No, no, no. We live in the best of all possible worlds. This is a theory by Leibniz himself, wasn't it? He said we live in the best of all possible worlds because if God exists, he would create the best of all possible worlds for us, and it's the only one, so we better make the best of it and try to make as much sense of it as we can.
No, well, that's well done. I don't mean to segue, but I do have an audience. I think Mark is secretly a young Hegelian because young Hegelians also kind of hated Hegel, but they hated Hegel in a Hegelian way, ironically. The problem with all this, Benjamin, is that you can fit anything into a Hegelian frame. That's why it's useless, because literally anything can be fit into it. And so, whatever.
It's a
You can always use
truism.
the frame to judge things that are outside of the frame, but that's an invalid move in all cases, for all conditions, including Hegel. He doesn't escape that rule.
Mhm. It's a truism, though, isn't it? I mean, you can't really deny
Psychology. Yeah.
that historical development is two ideas fighting each other, and then the synthesis
Right.
of the two ideas. I suppose a good example would be National Socialism, which was uh, a syncretic idea, I think, isn't it? That there was the idea of nationalism, the idea of socialism, and Hitler thought we don't like this international socialism thing, international communism thing. I'm going to make it.
Yeah. Well, when you create dichotomies on purpose and put them in opposition on purpose, yeah, it's a problem. And it doesn't matter why you're doing it, but it matters that if you reduce things down to two options, like thesis and antithesis, then you're screwed. It's always going to reciprocally narrow, and it's always going to end in tears and death. And so my suggestion is don't do that because it can't lead anywhere else, no matter how tempting it may be. And that's about judgment. You can easily judge that dualism is wrong, that dichotomies are wrong, that binaries are wrong, and they're all the same problem.
But they happen anyway, and people will
They happen to
extract
some
lessons from them.
people. Well, some people they don't happen to. And look, some people go, oh, you're just afraid to make a decision. And that's sometimes true. But sometimes there are just wise people who go, no, I know I don't know enough to make a decision about this. And so I'm not going to say A or B. I'm going to find a third way. And maybe there is a third way. And then you're not competing.
Hmm. Did you say you believed in God or not? I'm not really sure what
I
your
know.
beliefs are.
That's because I never mentioned that. Oh, Benjamin Franklin has another excellent question. Can you get discernment without duality? Of course. Look, I've said this before. Let me go over this again. This is super important. The reason why we run into dualities, the reason why we run where we say it's a decision between two things, is because we're looking at the very end of a chain of judgment, right? We've already ruled out a bunch of stuff. We've prioritized our list. We've ruled out all the other items except the top two, and now we're trying to decide between the two. But we just did a bunch of work. We ignore all that work. It was hard work, probably, or maybe half of it was unconscious work. And then from our conscious perspective, we're deciding between going out to eat and making dinner. You can't make that decision because that isn't what happened. Okay? There's at least one other option, which is not eating. So that didn't happen. Your decision never came down but to two. It never happens in the world. The world is too complex for that to ever be the case. And we don't like that because it scares the bejesus out of us. But that is the world in which we were born. There aren't dualities. There aren't binaries. They don't exist. I have a video on that on my channel, Navigating Patterns. If I get motivated, I'll actually go find it. It's quite a good one, I think. And again, I think all my videos are good. I might be biased. Could be. Yeah, don't be fooled by binary thinking. But it just looks like we do this. But that is not what we're doing. And it's important to realize that, right? Because it's one of those tricks that forces us to flatten the world, to oversimplify, to over-reduce the world. And there's no reason to do that. We need to open up the world, to make it bigger, to enchant it so that we can operate in it in harmony. We can't operate in harmony if everything's power. We're screwed if everything's power. Screwed. And the weak will lose. So bad play for the weak. You need to create a space where the strong can be strong without having to exert force. And if you don't do that, you're going to be crushed. I don't recommend that. I think that's a bad plan. I think there's a better plan. You don't need to see it as a hard slope or a soft slope, as my good friend Pastor Paul Vanderklay talks about, and he does owe me a video. When I get back home, I'm going to bug him about that. The third way, because and he's already agreed to do the video. He'll do it, I'm sure. Just have to get his attention again. He's going to be busy preparing for Chino. But it's an important judgment that there are more than two options, that there are more than two ways. There's more than just hard versus soft slope.
Yes, between yes and no, there's maybe.
Yeah, that's actually quite well said, Claire. That is true. What is this? Benjamin Franklin. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to go to McDonald's or to take arms against the sea of, I assume that's supposed to be ketchup. That sounds way too philosophical for McDonald's, but I'm suitably amused. I find that quite funny. McDonald's, yes, that's wax philosophical about a fast food restaurant. In fact, probably the worst. I used to eat at McDonald's quite a bit until I got sick. That was one of the ways I knew I got sick. I couldn't eat at McDonald's anymore. I'm like, why can't I eat at McDonald's? I get sick every time. Stopped eating at McDonald's forever.
I had the, what's it called, Stackhouse steak or something, and it had pepper sauce. I thought it was quite nice. Steakhouse stack or something like that, anyway.
There are some nice burgers out there for sure. I have been enjoying burgers while I've been up north, celebrating because I'm up north and people will buy me delicious food or make me delicious food. We have wonderful steak tips today. It was absolutely delicious. I'm just simmering in heavenly goodness from dinner. It was so good. Part of my judgment is that dinner is good and good dinner is goodlier. I thought Jesse was coming, but apparently not. Maybe he's doesn't love us anymore.
Well, maybe if I popped off, he might be more likely to come.
That is quite possible, Claire.
All right then. I'm off, and thank you very much for this very pleasant exchange. After all.
Well, thank you for joining me and behaving, and it was actually quite helpful. So I do not regret your engagement at all, and I hope you can engage like this more in the future.
I shall certainly try, Mark. Goodbye.
Excellent. Goodbye. I like Mill's statement here. This is a nice way of talking even when both parties have misgivings. Good modeling. Thank you. That is actually the entirety of what I am striving for. So I will consider this a complete victory in all conceivable fashions, just on the basis of that one statement. Because seriously, I'm not being hyperbolic here. That is the goal. And if just one person sees that, then like a mission freaking accomplished. Um, Benjamin Franklin. Claire was more patient today, I think. I agree. I think she was much more patient. I think that having a common polarity to discuss was important. And that contrasting that was not made is interesting. And if you want to frame it, and I think it's probably not useful, but it might be useful, as the difference between engagement in a common enemy and engagement in a common good, I can see why you would do that, but I don't actually think that's fair. I think it's much more fundamental. I think that people can come to agreement even in the midst of disagreement. And that's one of those things that I personally try to do. So, yeah, I think it's super important. And I'm open to being wrong about that, but I don't think so. I think that being able to live in disagreement is important. CW. I wish I knew which Barbara Pym novel she was reading. Well, maybe she will tell you. Phoebus, she fooled you all. Look, Phoebus, am I going to rule out for half a second that she's not super patient and able to play the long game? No, I'm not going to rule that out. But I don't care. I mean, transgressions can be dealt with in the moment. You don't have to worry about bad actors at all. I will say up front, I'm not going to have a conversation with Tyler for lots of good. There's 3 years of history there, and if you don't know the history, that's fine. But you'll have to accept my judgment that there's no way I'm talking to him. I have no reason to talk to him. I know he's a bad faith actor. This has been proven 6 ways to Sunday. So there's no reason for me to engage with him on his terms. And that's the problem, is you can look at somebody else's judgment from afar and you won't necessarily understand it. And that's okay, but also you won't understand it. Like, are you qualified to judge? Like, I don't know that Claire isn't having insights that are helpful to her, that help her grow out of her proclivity to try to drag things back into her frame and get people to adopt her secular Cornism solution to the world. Um, but I don't have to worry about that because when it happens in the moment, and it actually came close in this convo, maybe you saw it, maybe you missed it, then I can just remove her and she'll come back. And if she continues to not do that, at some point I may decide, this isn't worth my time and just cut it off. But that's different from never engaging. And most people use the never engaging trick. And I don't, unless you're super big and you just have too many requests, the never engaging tactic, I think, is the wrong tactic. And I'm not going to say everybody who does it is a bad person or anything like that. I don't believe that. But I don't believe in never engaging. I don't believe in saying, oh, well, this person, there's a picture of this person, or this person said this once. That's different. When there's a pattern of behavior, then it's perfectly reasonable, right? Like, I very much disagree with Digital Gnosis, Nathan Ormond, being John Vervaeke's critique, because they looked at the Twitter feed and they made a decision about this guy without looking at his YouTube channel, which would have told you everything you need to know about him. He's a hack, he doesn't do his research, and he's not that bright. And he engages in anger and resentment porn on the internet. He did literally a 3-hour live stream on my randos conversation with Paul, my first one, I believe. And clearly, maybe it was the second one, I don't remember. He clearly just didn't understand what was being said. Like, first 10 minutes were completely hysterical to me. I cracked up so hard. And I was like, oh, I see what's going on. And I'm not going to watch the rest of this because this is funny. And a year later, a year after that, in a random conversation with Cassidy, he brought me up again, unbidden. I was like, oh, I've been living in your head for a year. That's fantastic. These are not the type of people that John Vervaeke should be wasting his time with, or even Paul Vanderklay, for that reason. If he deleted his YouTube channel, then maybe that's a sign of repentance. Repentance, that was the one I was missing. I know there's 4 of them. Brain. But he didn't do that. Right? You got to do something to show, demonstrate the change to be judged. I can't judge you on an action you haven't taken. Right? And I think it's deeply misguided for anybody, and Christians are especially guilty of this, to forgive somebody before they ask, right? To judge somebody as redeemed before they've taken an action, to listen to somebody and go, oh, and let them back in. I think that's deeply misguided. I think that's wrong in all cases. I don't think you should do it. I think it's irresponsible, uh, and it's unhelpful. And that's how you end up with John Vervaeke doing a critical video with somebody who isn't qualified to critique him because he didn't bother to read any of his work at all or do any research. He did come onto the Vervaeke server, and he's probably, I think, the first person to ever get kicked off that server. And got kicked off by the guy who owns it, who never kicked off anybody, pretty much. So yeah, I mean, that's, yeah. You got to have some discernment and judgment. You can't just let anybody be your great critiquer. And know me, if it wasn't for Orman being a stumbling block to random ortho bro, I wouldn't have engaged in the corner more. That's too funny. Phoebus claims that is a confusing sentence. Someone was having doubts from his atheist rhetoric, so I did some investigation, was able to watch Vervaeke live stream. Chef's kiss, as they say. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, look, lots of things draw people in, and controversy, anger, and resentment is one of those things, or shared anger and resentment, or the possibility of finding a way to be irresponsible, right? Like, oh, these people are just angry about the political situation. And so they are giving me an excuse for why I should be angry about the political situation and my situation, which is caused by the political situation or the economic situation. And therefore, people are drawn in by this all the time because it's very emotional, right? That's what I was talking about before. And yeah, well, this is the other problem with John and Omi because Vervaeke corrected him and was too gracious. Yeah. Yeah. He's very Canadian. He's a little too Canadian. But also, he didn't understand the work. So I get that he said clever things on Twitter, but that doesn't mean he's smart. Anybody can say clever things by 3-year-olds say clever things by accident all the time. I don't understand this obsession. I'm like, have you been around children? Children say the most amazing things. And there was a whole TV show about that back in the day, I believe. Um, Children say the darndest things, something like that. And they do. And it's like, oh, they sound like philosophers more often than not because they have very simple formulations for things because they're children. And that people are just not accounting for this. And then they're reading Hegel and going, oh, this thing I could have heard from a 4-year-old sounds important. But then there's all this gobbledygook around it. So this guy must be smart. It's like, no, not necessarily. Maybe, probably not. Most people aren't smart. Wrong. You're just mad because you're angry. Lol. Mills, the culture is pathos driven. That's interesting. Maybe. I think everything's driven by spirit. That might blend in nicely with pathos under your definition. I don't know. Spirit is the thing. I know Vervaeke keeps stating we cannot live in a two worlds mythology. I think that is wrong and suboptimal, and we never lived in a two worlds mythology. We live in a one world of mythology, one world of materiality, and one world of reality, which we co-manifest with our interaction and bringing down the highest and bringing up the lowest. But hey, what do I know? I just have a simple model that explains everything better than all these complicated, ridiculous framing everybody else uses. And I'm not the only one, I'm sure, but I'm the only one talking about it right now, so we'll go with that. CW. Cool, you met up with IRL Politic. I did. Is he going to make you a subject of his documentary film? I think he is certainly going to try. That seems to be his plan. I did meet him the other day. It was lovely. He's a lovely person and very kind. And I am more hopeful than I was the first engagement with him. Mills, the two can be reconciled is my hope. I think pathos and spirit are probably related. Flevis, yes, tell us more. Is it IRL Politic video guy that did the randos with Paul? He did do a randos with Paul. That is correct. He has big dreams, for sure. Jesse, what you're driving in a car. Hello.
There's a friggin' car accident fucking thing. It's right. Shouldn't swear on camera, but here we are.
Are you trapped in a
Oh no, I've just taken the instead of a 20-minute way home, I've taken a 45-minute way home, but at least I know I'm gonna get home, if you know what I mean. Nonsense. It had nothing to do with you, Claire. I was just impatient. I didn't want to project the impatience on camera, but here I am, making a judgment.
Excellent. So you like my monologue?
I thought this is one of your better monologues in the last, I don't know, 6 weeks, maybe. I think it had a good spirit to it.
That's good.
Yeah, you had a good consistency. Good. It was a good flow, and that's what I value. It's my value matrix is flow.
That makes sense. I think you would have liked Rob, IRL Politic. He's got interesting ideas about filmmaking and documentaries and stuff. And yeah, he's trying to do a thing, and he might even succeed.
Sweet. What's been up with you? You're up north. Where exactly north?
I'm in New Hampshire, southern New Hampshire.
Where's that for us on the other side of the world?
New England is in the northeast corner of the United States. It's that funny part that sticks out up north by Canada.
Oh, okay. Now, yeah, right. You've located me.
And normally I'm due south and west in South Carolina, where it's much hotter. I was actually hot here the past 2 days, so really hot.
And you grew up in New England, is that right? Like,
largely,
is this your homeland?
I did a little bit of growing up in Kansas, which is in the Midwest, but I was very young, and then we moved back to Massachusetts. So most of my growing up is Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
Lovely. What's better? I know that's a judgment question, but here we go. I'll prod you.
I like to explain to people that New England left me. I didn't leave New England. It's not the same place for many, many reasons. Well, one of the things that happened was I used to love driving. And then one day I was like, I don't like driving anymore. Like, driving's terrible. And then I moved down south and I was like, I love driving. Oh, okay. This was New England.
Right.
Fair enough.
Your boundaries and limitations changed.
Oh, a lot of things changed. I mean, I think I was living in a city outside of Boston called Marlborough. It's due west of Boston. It's like 25, 30 miles due west, right?
Yeah.
And so not far from the capital city, but it's a city, and it's a rather robust city. It was a good little city. I was right downtown. It was a beautiful house. I really missed that house. It got stolen from me by the state and the federal government and the evil Deutsche Bank illegally with the help of the courts.
I need to ask you
there's
more
no justice.
about that offline. Yes.
And not that I obsess about that or anything, but anyway, by the time I left, it was pretty busy there. And I was trying to get out years before that. I just couldn't manage it for various financial and other reasons. Plus, jobs are free and easy up here. Like if you can't get work up here, especially in computers, that's because you suck. Pure and simple. And I've survived tech apocalypses before, so I have contacts and whatever. So
Yes.
yeah, I mean, and I could have pulled the same trick had I moved to Charlotte. I was gonna move to Charlotte or outside of Charlotte. I was gonna be in South Carolina. Charlotte's right on the border. I was gonna be in South Carolina and work in Charlotte, which is a very common thing to do. Very Boston-like move. You're across state lines, so you get better taxes, whatever.
Yes.
But it didn't work out that way, and this house came up, and it was 5.5 miles from my mother. She was, had cancer,
And
so
you had to make a judgment.
I had to make a lot of judgments.
You had to make a judgment.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what happens. Ooh, you want to see my crotch? How do I do this? Is this better?
Putting us in the sun, and then
Seen
we
that
get
this
blinded.
is-
Oh, look at this. Mills. Have you been watching JV's dialogues with Christopher Master Pietro on Kierkegaard? Relevant to the reconciliation. I hate Kierkegaard, and I think people who pay attention to Kierkegaard are freaks and weirdos. And I like Christopher Master Pietro. I met Christopher Master Pietro, although I didn't spend as much time with him as I would have liked. I think talking about modern philosophers is a complete, total, utter waste of time. Don't do it. If you need philosophy, you can go to Plato and Aristotle and be done. And I'm not saying don't read the Western canon, but the modern philosophers are garbage. They really all are. Like, ancient people didn't have access to them and they lived just fine. Are you sure you need that? Because I'm sure you don't. And I'm sure evolution says I'm right. And just saying, like, simple models. I do like Vervaeke and Master Pietro, though.
Yes,
So maybe
that's
I'll
the
listen to it,
exact
but I
problem
doubt
we're
it.
facing right now.
I didn't catch all that, Jesse. What'd you say?
I said that's the exact problem we're facing right now with intellectualization. English. The over sampling of education. Say it like that.
Yeah, or the oversampling of information in general, right? The problem is the more information you have, the more judgments you have to make, the more decisions you have to make, and choice gets hard. And that's not good. And the real problem is not that, it's that while you're busy doing these things, you're not doing other things. And so the Dennis Prager dust up over, I think it's episode 10 or 11 of Exodus, and Peterson has a clip of this, where Dennis basically says, well, porn can be good if it keeps you away from adultery. I'm like, Dennis, you're wrong about that. Like, you're just missing the point. Like, if you're engaged in porn, you're not engaged in something higher. And so it's bad. And it's not good because there's no good in it. It's just bad. And porn addiction's a real problem. And in fact, I think there's something more pernicious about that everybody's missing, but I don't want to go into that now. I would if a gun was to my head, but I think we can stick with judgment and just say that's how I judge that what Prager said is wrong. I said, well, it may be the lesser of two evils in some case. It is still drawing your attention away from something, some kind of engagement towards the higher. And therefore, porn is just bad. Hello, Casey. It's good to see you, my friend. Feel free to jump in. But it is one of these sort of pernicious problems. I guess Claire liked my monologue too. That's interesting. I do like feedback, especially when my monologues are good. I do try to flow them as much as possible. Casey was distracted by wallpaper. Yes, I have that problem all the time. What are you talking about, you lunatic? I love Casey. I miss Casey. He showed back up after being missing for a while. We did miss him because he's awesome. He was denying us his awesomeness, and that made me upset. Anselman, I like a good silly lope. I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm sure. There's some trick to it. Some Scottish trick, no doubt. Since I didn't spend near enough time among Scotsmen in Scotland, I can't quite do the accent. So I also don't watch enough Scottish TV shows. There are quite a few good ones, but not enough, I'm afraid. Oh, Jesse looks frozen. He might be gone. Stuck in traffic out there in Aussie land. Traffic in Australia is probably just wallabies. That's my theory. That's my judgment, is that all traffic in Australia is a function of wallabies. I also have a theory about the soliloquy. Is that what a loke is? Soliloquy. I can understand. Silly Loki. Gotcha. It is a bit of a soliloquy. I've often said, Jesse will appreciate this if he can hear me. I've often said that the Matrix in the second movie, when he's talking to the architect, that's a soliloquy. I don't think people quite get what I mean, which is fine. Soliloquies are important, especially for framing. I mean, the goal of all that is to frame the discussion and have a jumping off place, even if we don't stick to judgment. You know, we get off in the weeds of whatever, and get pulled back from them by good friends. Text you in various formats to remind you of what's going on. Unlike Casey, who gets distracted by wallpaper somehow. So yeah, it's always good to engage with people in the appropriate manner. You have to judge how you're going to engage with people because it's important. I might judge that I love talking to Casey so much that I'll bring him right into my stream. Welcome, sir.
What are you bullying me about? Distracted by wallpaper. Wallpaper is so interesting. You don't see like the patterns? See that?
I do.
No, removing wallpaper in the upstairs part of my house.
Oh, gotcha. That'll
the
do
entire house is covered in wallpaper. It's wonderful.
I love wallpaper. I never removed the wallpaper, my 70s wallpaper in my old house. Part of that was because it was plaster and lath, and I'm not an idiot. And people would come in and they'd be like, you should get rid of that wallpaper. And I'd be like, you should grow a brain. That's nearly impossible. And it's actually physically impossible. Like, you're stupid. Like,
over plaster? Forget it.
It's easier to tear the wall down.
Yeah. You may as well just put up drywall if you're going to do that.
Yeah.
But I'm lucky. I got drywall.
Calls. My time is up. Glad to spend it with you all. Thank you, Mills. Good to see you.
All right. So I missed everything. The topic's discernment, right?
Libis has seen some great wallpapers. No, our topic is judgment. We did discernment last week. Joey, there is nothing in modern philosophy that isn't better learned by watching wallpaper dry. I think Joey is correct. I think we can validate and verify that intersubjectively right here and now with our own judgment, and no further judgment is needed. But yeah, we can stray into discernment too, Casey, because I don't know if you saw that live stream last week or not.
I did not watch all 18 hours of your live stream last week, unfortunately.
It was not 18 hours. My longest live stream has been 8.5 hours, and I started an hour early for Jesse, who betrayed me, of course, because that's what those Aussies do, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to make fun of him if he's not going to be here, so. Shots fired against the Aussies. Did you see? I had 2 Aussies on at once. That was beautiful.
Oh, no. Surprised your stream wasn't upside down.
It was. Wallpapers get really expensive and shockingly beautiful. I love any job that has wallpaper. Phlebas. Okay, Phlebas. That's interesting. I somewhat agree with you. I do like Joey load-bearing wallpaper. We need to invent that, Joey. We'll put you in charge of inventing load-bearing wallpaper, and Casey and I will wait here. Let us know
We
when
don't
you're
even
done.
have to. No more studs in the wall either. Just put the
Yeah, you
wallpaper
wouldn't
right
need
up.
studs. The wallpaper would hold everything up for you. It would be great. Did you catch up on the stream, or did you miss my lovely monologue in the beginning?
Nope. I just jumped right in.
Fair enough. Oh, Jesse says, be back in 10, judge away. We can judge him for another 10-minute delay. Excellent. We'll judge all of Australia based on the actions of one Jesse. Joey has a good point. We are the studs that apply the wallpaper. You don't need extra studs because you've got all the studs in the wallpaper appliers. I think that is valid, and I judge it to be good. Is it that you're replacing the wallpaper, or are you painting, Casey?
Everything. I gotta take the wallpaper. Well, no, I'm painting, but you gotta take the wallpaper off, and then I gotta remud most of the walls because they weren't taped.
Oh,
for some
no.
reason. It's like a home
Yeah.
job, basically, is what it looks like.
Yep.
So wonderful.
It's that last 10% that makes all the difference.
No
Nobody
kidding.
does, because it's 90% of the work. Phlebas, Japan loves thin walls. The more delicate, the better. And Anselman makes a claim that he saw beautiful rose wallpaper once, but probably too feminine for my bachelor pad. No, that's the way you attract women. And CW claims that Joey is the pun king. I can confirm that independently with my independent judgment, and therefore it is intersubjectively and therefore scientifically true. And now it has been scientifically validated, and Joey is the pun king. It's easy. Science is easy.
But what makes a good wallpaper? How do we judge that? Is it the aesthetic sense? Is it the
Well, it's got to match the purpose of the room. I would say it's all T-less.
there you go.
Big surprise. So if you have a library, you want something muted that's not going to pull your eyes away from your reading, right? But draw you into the room so that you're enchanted enough to sit there for a while in calmness and quiet, right? Whereas if you have a bedroom, you might want it to be a little more festive and florid so that when you wake up in the morning, you're energized by whatever you like, flowers, bright colors, bright colored flowers, whatever it is, right?
Blue wallpaper, perhaps, with pinkish flowers.
Well, since blue is the only color that I recognize in my judgment, I would say yes.
So you only have blue wallpaper?
I only have blue. No, I don't have any wallpaper. My house is painted 2 different colors of blue. And one of the rooms is, what is it? It's not, I guess it's a reddish beige or something like that. But that's because it's got brick that was painted red. Just hideous. So I was like, well, painting brick is a pain. I'm not going to do it. Instead, I'm going to find a complementary color. And of course, I can't do that because I'm a Muppet. So I outsourced that to my artist friend, Sally Jo, and she did all the work. And then I took all the credit.
You're still up in Yankee land, though, right? So a lot of those houses are brick.
The older houses are brick. Yeah, not anymore. Most of the houses up here are modern wood houses in the past 25 years. But yeah, if you get into the city, in particular in Boston, there's some beautiful old brick homes that are just to die for. Absolutely to die for.
I live like on the main street of town here. And it was like the first part of town to be built. And on like the other side of town on the main street, there's just these giant like Victorian homes. A lot of them are still brick, and they have like turrets and like outer arches and stuff. Wonderful houses. But then the rest of it, town kind of blew up in like the 60s. So the rest of it's just kind of generic. What do they call it? Whatever. Just 60s houses, basically.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Phlebas. I did a job recently, and above the wainscoting. Oh, I love wainscoting. I had that in my first house. They installed beautiful wallpaper with birds. It looked like a painting. Yeah, the way to make wallpaper look really good too is to put lacquer over it, or lacquer-like substance, right? And then it looks really, of course, the image should take off after that. Phlebas. I don't like installing things through wallpaper though. Yeah, well, wallpaper's a problem. Handsome. Were the birds realistic? I like realistic designs. No, they were not. They were like a painting. I had wainscoting in the kitchen, and it was blue, which was awesome. I didn't have to do any of this work. It was already done. It was great. And then above that was this white wallpaper with blue flowers and tiny birds and stuff. It was absolutely gorgeous. It was very muted. And not just muted, but calming. It wasn't super busy. And I think, whoops, Phlebas, like an old bird identification book type painting. And then Joey says the key with wallpaper is to go over real birds. It makes it more 3D. That is true. Again, Joey with the truth bombs. Real birds make 3D wallpaper. And it's probably the best way to engage with the wallpaper is in the 3D birdsness. Now this is over the top, Joey. Plus it makes noise for a few days. No, that's boundaries, Joey. You didn't watch the boundaries stream. You crossed the boundary, sir. You crossed the boundary. You were good for a while, and then you went there, and now it's too far. I don't know. Casey, what do you think about judgment? Right? We do discernment, and that allows us judgment. We need contrast. Then we get to action, which will be hopefully next week's stream.
What do I think about judgment in relation to?
Just in general. I mean, I made a lot of cases in the monologue that you missed somehow, sir. You could have worked and listened, just saying. Yeah,
That's true.
it sits between discernment and action, and it gives us an important interaction that we can self-reference our judgment and adjust it.
Well, judgment's like part of wisdom, basically, right? You have to use, let's say, insights that you've gotten to be able to actually, like, judgment's kind of a skill. Like, at least good judgment is a skill. And you apply your insights that you get from discernment or from just general comparison and life skills, I guess.
Yeah, I like that. I mentioned skill. Like, do you have the skill to judge? Did you do the research, right? Do you have the information to judge and the authority? And then I sort of divided authority up, although maybe not clearly enough, into I can judge you on your own standards. That's always fair. I can judge my level of engagement on my judgment without judging you. So if I say Casey's a bad Catholic and I'm not going to listen to him about Catholic doctrine, that's a fair move. But if I say Casey's a bad Catholic and therefore that's not a fair move because I don't have the chops to do it.
Fair.
I don't have the authority to judge your Catholicism in that way, right? In a public way, external to me. But I have the authority
to do an internal
judge my
judgment.
engagement based on what I think of your Catholicism, for example.
How I'm a Muppet. You shouldn't be listened to in regards to Catholic matters, which is true.
Right. Well, there's all sorts of
he's got an eye, just like me.
Beat it.
I had to ask you if that bacon was from you from your Maldives.
I was gonna mute you, but he muted himself. Look at this. All right, CW, what do you got? CW says the wife wants to watch the marvelous Miss Maisel. Her judgment in these matters is always, by definition, correct. Pleased to renew with you all. That's a pleasure, rather, to renew with you all. That's hysterical. Yes, when it comes to TV, some of your wife's judgment is going to be correct. That is true. Well, and that is an authority issue. I mean, it's what I'm talking about with outsourcing. Like if the wife says that painting needs to go in the other room or this wallpaper needs to go, uh, she has the authority to make that judgment, even if it's wrong. And this is where people get caught up. That judgment's wrong. Is it though? Are you smart enough to know that? And even if you are, authority matters more than your stupid judgment because you're a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. And that's the key. Like sometimes authority trumps all this other stuff. And part of that is outsourcing. Like I'm not smart enough to know what color goes with the stupid red painted brick in my house. I didn't say was Sally Joe's a mediocre artist, which she isn't. She's an excellent artist. But I didn't, I could have. I could have said, what does she know? I'm not going to listen to her about how to color match this. Of course not. What's my alternative? Do it my way? Like an idiot? I already tried that. I realized pretty quickly I ain't got the chops. I can't do this color matching garbage. I don't know how to do. She's trained in this garbage, not me. I can't do that. I mean, I can tell you what looks good after the fact. Yeah, that doesn't make me an expert in colors in your imagination because I can't do that.
Yeah,
And
rather
that's the
trust your
problem.
judgment on like software and websites, right?
There you go.
Something like that.
Anselman, he wants to go to bed. Oh, fine, Anselman. Just leave us. We don't care. He's going to be dreaming with wallpaper with Muppets on it. That's excellent. Good night, sir. Sleep well. That's too funny. I like it. Muppet wallpaper. I think there's a big business opportunity here, Casey. What do you think?
Ooh, Muppet wallpaper. How are we gonna get the licensing though? That's a big one. Or we make our own
Good.
Muppets.
You can get licensing pretty easily, actually. It's usually expensive, but
That has to exist.
sometimes you can
Muppets
get
were around
really
in the
good licensing
70s.
deals. No, I was watching. What was I watching? Was it The Profit? It was one of those silly business shows. And actually, they just walked in and they didn't have to put any money up front for the licensing. And I think it was NFL or something. They were like, "Well, we trust you, and everything you sell, we get this much for the license." And not all licenses are that way, but hey, that's not a bad deal, And maybe the Muppets would give you a similar license deal. I have no idea. I don't think it's owned by Disney anymore, although it might be. I forget. My understanding is Disney bought it, and then the son bought it back for half as much because they couldn't do anything with it because it's Disney and they suck. And
what are they going to do with the
Congress should have let
Muppets?
them go out of business years ago, but instead they destroyed the entirety of copyright law. Thank you, Congress, you morons.
Bad judgment.
And I'm judging them. It's like a cult. It's like a cult devotion, sleep deprivation. Sorry, Anselman. Over and out. I will be doing additional live streams in the middle of the day to catch more people. We're going to catch some of the Europeans and Israelis and stuff, and it's unfair, but Jesse's the one that caught my attention, and I haven't been quite up to snuff recently, but I got to get Manuel to do some streams again, too, because we used to do those together. Those were fun.
Did you bring in some of the Plato you've been reading in regards to Judgment? Does he really go? I guess he goes over justice at the beginning of the Republic, right? So that relates to Judgment.
I haven't brought in much Plato yet, or at least not from the Republic. I'm always unclear on how much Plato I've actually read because I read a bunch of stuff before I was homeless, before time, and I don't remember half of it. I mean, I remember all of the material, but none of what I read. And the way I know this is because people will do things like the first time I noticed this, I was probably 5 years out of being homeless or whatever, which is when I had my house. So I had very little. Oh, I made too little money. Yeah, I made actual minimum wage and bought a house 5 years later. You're whining to the wrong guy. Okay, you're just whining to the wrong person. So somebody did a quote from Thoreau, and I said that quote sounds familiar, and it wasn't a common Thoreau quote, but it was in Walden. And they said, "Oh, that's from Walden," and I said, "Walden," and then it flashed back in my head the cover of the book of the copy of Walden that I had read that I had had to purchase as a result of Catholic school. So I was like, oh, I read that whole book, didn't I? Of course I did. I'm sure of it. I don't remember reading it, but I remember what's in it. And it's possible that I read some Plato and some Aristotle back then, but I don't know.
You had to read Thoreau at Catholic school?
Yeah, Walden was one of the books that we were reading.
And I got a terrible
That
education.
Catholic school was college level.
Fair. I didn't go to the gifted Catholic school, just the one for regular Catholic bums.
Look, dude, I grew up around Boston. I mean, I was in Lowell, and good schools are everywhere up here. Like, absolutely. It's a high density area, and there's a lot of money floating around in eastern Massachusetts. Like, this is where all the money was until New York City in the late 1800s when they dredged the harbor, and the Dutch, did their thing. Cornelius Vanderbilt. There's a wonderful series called "The Men Who Made America" or "The Men Who Built America" on the History Channel. If you haven't seen it, you got to watch it. I learned so much from that. I was like, oh wow. I mean, it was mostly filler for me because I knew a lot of it, but there were some details that I was like, oh, I didn't know that. That's fascinating. They were relatively small details, but yeah, I mean, that's basically about what we now call the robber barons, who were neither robbers nor barons, by the way. But it exemplifies this. Oh, you think the wealth gap is bad now, huh? Oh yeah, well, let's go back. If you go back to any point in time, it was worse, with very few exceptions. There's a little bit of variance. There's a particular event 2 years into the first term of Barack Obama that you can see in the data obviously caused a big problem and caused the gap to widen, although not the gap for middle class, just the gap for the poor. Like, the poor got very poor in the United States kind of overnight. It's a very stark. But before that, actually, income inequality had been improving in the United States in particular. And it's still way better here than in Europe. It's way better here than it's ever been in Europe. And Europe cannot catch up. There are countries in Europe where the money's been in the same 4 or 5 families for 400 or 500, 600 years. That's not unusual.
You're thinking of Western Europe or Eastern Europe?
I'm thinking of all of Europe. There are almost no exceptions to this. It's everything ran very differently on the continent. And things only changed as a result of England. And England is very much in between the US and continental Europe in thinking and in core philosophy. People might call it metaphysics. That's the worst word in the world. I have a video on that. Yeah. And Adam and I go over that in the French Revolution talk that we did, and then also in the latest talk that we did, which is called The Frontier of Ideas. And those are both really excellent videos to kind of understand the difference between Europe and the US. And I think they're worth engaging with. My best work is, in fact, with other people. And so having Adam, who has a ridiculous historical knowledge, and we're going to do another talk soon. We're going to go back to historical stuff and talk about the English Revolution, which spawned a bunch of problems, obviously.
Oh, you bringing up school made me think. Did you see the Peterson video with the guy who made an Action Academy?
No, I did not. I haven't really been following Peterson all that closely.
Do you know about?
To be honest,
do you know about Action? I think it's called Action Academy.
Nope, I do not.
They're Socratic schools, basically.
Oh, really?
From what I
That is
could glean of the talk, it's like, I think they're K through 12 now, but they started off like preschool to 4th grade or something like that. And basically, there's only like 5 or 6 teachers for the whole school. And all they really do is like ask questions and sort of like mediate when necessary. But it's sort of anarchic. Like, the kids just kind of go and like make their own classroom and make their own, like, they basically have systems of government inside their classrooms. But they have to, I forget, they have to work on certain projects And if their project is like, it's graded by their peers. And so if their peers all rate it highly, then they get a, I don't remember what, like a sticker or a star or whatever. And
Yeah,
that's worth
that
like 6
sounds
weeks of
that
work or
sounds
something.
pretty fundamentally evil. Yeah, that's excellent. No submission whatsoever. Emergence is good. Yeah, not a fan of any of those things. That sounds reprehensible. Look, I went to a Montessori school when I was very young in Kansas, and that was very helpful. It was free to the people who were in the school, if I remember correctly. This is what I was told. I don't know. I was what, 4? So this is what my understanding is, that it was free because my father was on campus getting his PhD. And I engaged with that, and it was great. But I don't think that not teaching people about submission and hierarchy and structure and the fact that life is unfair and you have to deal with these things is a plus. I think it's a minus. And I think, what, geez, Claire, like, what are you doing to me here? I have to agree with Claire. Peer review is a popularity test. It is, and it's dangerous. I mean, this is exactly what Plato is talking about with the failure of direct democracy. Direct democracy doesn't work because it turns into a popularity contest, and people are swayed by emotions, not by rationality, despite what you want to think, and that's you too. And so what happens is that if you try direct democracy like Athens had, it will fail. Phlebas is going to unfairly say that I want soldiers, not free thinkers. That has nothing to do with what I said. Over the top NPCs. Here's the problem, dude. And this is the fair question from earlier about agency and Muppets. Like, how are you going to square agency and Muppets, or action and Muppets? Action's wrapped up in agency, by the way. Well, it's going to be very, very easy, actually. We are subject to things outside of ourselves. This shouldn't be controversial. This is why we are Muppets. That doesn't mean we have no agency. It doesn't mean we can't take action. That's determinism. Determinists are wrong and retarded, and don't listen to them. I judge so. You can judge them very easily by their stupid arguments that make no sense and can't possibly be true. That's observably the case. And if you haven't made that discernment, you should. There is a big difference between zero agency and 100% agency. And we live in that difference. And that difference is not stable over time, and it's not stable for conditions. In other words, punishing your child works sometimes, but not all the time. The amount of punishment to apply to your child is not stable over time. And the degree to which it works will vary on the child. So you can't say all children need to be spanked 4 times a week. Like that, this is ridiculousness. Some children never need to be spanked. I will concede to that. Is that most children? Absolutely freaking no way in hell. Just mathematically not possible. And this is where people get confused. And I have to agree with Claire again. Claire, you're killing me here. Democracy would only work if most voters were wise, and we know they are the antithesis of wisdom. That is true. I couldn't have picked that, but I'm not going to. Oh, here we go. We know Athens and Sparta exhausted each other in war. Athens kept voting for war without a secret ballot in the Peloponnesian Wars. Right. And that was one of the problems. They couldn't vote themselves out because of the sunk cost fallacy across a culture. Sunk cost fallacy is dangerous enough when it's a person. When it's across a culture, you're screwed because you need nationalism, and you shouldn't be proud of getting beat in war. And I get that. And there's a war going on right now that sort of exhibits this problem rather nicely, or exemplifies it, I should say. And of course, if you go to Navigating Patterns, you can see my video on that particular war and what I think is going on, which may not be what you think is going on. I haven't heard anybody else talking about the Ukraine war the way I talk about the Ukraine war. And there might be a good reason for that. There might be some patterns in there that you should engage with. And it's super important, actually, because when we don't realize exactly what's going on, we misframe things. as simple nationalism. And simple nationalism doesn't explain something like the Ukraine war. The Ukraine war is more about ethos and zeitgeist. And so it's less about the players that are in the war. And that's where people get confused, right? They kind of think of this as an isolated thing that's going on in a region, in a particular region, for a particular reason. And that isn't the right way to think about it. That doesn't explain the behavior of the people involved even a little bit. And that's, something to be highlighted, because effectively, what it winds up being is we are casting a bunch of reasons onto things that are obviously false. Like, you can't put it in a political frame and understand it. It doesn't work. And Benjamin Franklin claims maybe Mills was pointing to something like, how can we trust Muppet voting in a democracy? You can't trust a democracy at all, ever. That is why in the United States, we don't live in a democracy. It's a republic. It's a democratic republic, but it's a republic. And if you read the Constitution instead of fantasizing about it like most people do, you will realize that there are lots of backstops for the democracy built into the Constitution, so that when you have a bad election, and maybe we've had one, there's a bunch of ripcords you're supposed to pull to override the will of the people, and that wasn't done. That is my primary complaint, by the way, about certain people who used to occupy office and no longer do, making claims that are obviously false because you can read the freaking document and know whether or not they're false or true. Or look at history when people did these things that people said had never been done. Those are lies. It's not hard. People lie all the time about things they can get caught on, like we saw earlier today in the live stream, where somebody made a bunch of obviously untrue statements, and then had to try to justify them and couldn't. People do this stupid shit all the time, and it's stupid. But people are stupid because you're a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. There we go. Jesse.
Awaken to the Muppet Crisis. Awaken to the Muppet.
And the problem with that, Jesse, is that I have to be a little pissed off at you for nailing that so perfectly, because I missed it. I'm like, that's actually much better framing than I'm using in general. That's so true. Because that's what we're struggling with. We're struggling with the Muppet aspect of ourselves because we keep assuming we're rational individuals. And it's like, you are neither rational nor an individual. And that's what's causing you to cast the rest of the world so horribly wrong and making you angry and resentful when your predictions all fail utterly.
Hubris. We've excluded hubris and humility out of Western thought. We're so egoic, which is my point on Twitter this week. We are so in these modes of ego that we use a shorthand for ego, and then when we want to, we'll use the technical Freudian versions of ego, and aren't academically trained or don't know the literature, just kind of get confused between, do you just mean ego is pride? Do you mean ego is the technical, is my personification of myself or my depth psychology? And it's, no, you're probably just a bad actor, or you're just probably someone who's a very direct person. If you want to use the DISC model, you're just probably someone who's very direct and people interpret that as ego. Or just someone that lacks humility, or is someone that's hubris. So Muppets around.
Somebody tried to recently suggest that there's no such thing as ego and we're just talking about self, and Manuel was like, nah, here's why. And of course he had excellent reasoning, because Manuel always has excellent reasoning. And it's actually important, as it turns out, to have ego there and be able to discern people who are projecting their own ego onto others, as happened in the live stream earlier today, Jacob live stream, which I listened to that whole thing and I was like, really? You think I'm doing that? Because I've never heard a critique like that before, which is a little weird because I hear lots of critiques. People act like I've never talked to another person about, or anyone hasn't given me unsolicited advice about what I'm doing wrong or something. It's like, do you think you're going to tell me something new? Is that what you think? But in that case, yeah, I'd never heard that I was attention seeking through that method. That's hysterically funny, especially because I could and I'm not. So that's really funny to me. It's like, man, if I wanted to like glom onto people to get attention, I could. I could steal all the attention from somebody else very easily. My psychological group tactical skills are way past what these people are estimating. Way past. I have hijacked entire servers full of thousands of people single-handedly. It's not even a challenge for me. I'm not doing
That's just
that.
your
You
ego.
should be
That's just
grateful.
your ego speaking.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
It's not
and
your
that's the funny
ability
part.
or anything like that.
Right, that's the funny part, right? It's the lack of self-awareness where you think other people are doing the thing you're doing, and that's the way to get around judging yourself. And you get to judge others instead, and so you're super virtuous at that point. And it's like, okay, you feel all virtuous, and you can make proclamations like you shouldn't do that. It's like, okay, you're even assuming that I'm doing something that is obviously not even happening, but okay. Sure, that's great advice. I'm really going to listen to you now. And it's all projection. And that part of this Muppet crisis is not realizing how much we're projecting, right? We're not understanding our boundaries, right? We're not adjusting our judgment. Hey, maybe I'm just talking about me and not the other person. Can I judge that? You can actually. It takes a little bit of work, but it can be done.
Well, I stole the Muppet. The Muppet thing came up here, I think on the first or second stream, and I was like, "That's it." It was sometimes the ironic jokes display a lot of truth that people don't understand, and it kind of takes a crazy person or a very conscientious person just to go, that's something that we can drill down on. There's oil there. There's an oil pipeline or the way to. It's kind of like I don't know. This is maybe spicy. Is to go, yes, you've used a postmodern frame, but I'm actually going to not make it postmodern anymore. I'm actually going to unpostmodern it itself. I'm not going to even modernize it. I'm just going to see the reality that you've pointed out to. I'm not going to make it a subjective truth. True. Does that make sense? Am I talking too
Yeah, well, look,
dyslexically?
I mean, the problem with postmodernism that it runs into is that there are frames that are superior. And if you know what those frames are, you can use that to great effect against the postmodern ethos. And it could be that there are people out there that know well how to do that and are really good at it. And to the extent that they're so good at it that other people have no idea what game they're playing at all. And the funny part about Muppets, so I used to call people Muppets literally all the time. It's among my good friends, say around here, we still go back and forth on Muppets. And then what happened was I just stopped using it for whatever reason. And I was watching Carl Benjamin and he started using it. And I went, Muppets, I remember Muppets. Muppets is great. Right. And then I was like, aha, Muppets is in the zeitgeist again. So we need to go back to Muppets.
I actually tweeted one of the Lotus Eaters guys this week and sent him my Muppets feed. He's the philosopher dude in the Lotus Eaters, and they started using that on it was yesterday in the new Elon Musk clip that went around with the BBC journalist acting like a complete Muppet. Speaking like, oh, where's the hate speech? Like, it's there. It just exists. And I'm just like, okay, but one example. Yeah. No.
Did you see what I did to James Lindsay? No? Oh, this is fantastic. So Lindsay was out there saying liberalism is the thing that fights wokeism. And I actually corrected him and said, no, dude, you're actually wrong. Liberalism causes wokeism. However, classic liberalism, because liberalism doesn't fight anything. Liberalism says literally anything goes. That's the problem with it. So it'll breed wokeism eventually. It'll breed everything eventually because there's no constraints. So I gave him the format of classical liberalism and why it's important. And then he immediately started using that in all his tweets. And then this is why when somebody makes a ridiculous statement about me stealing attention, I'm like, do you have any idea at all what I'm doing and how much I'm doing and what I could do if I just wanted the attention. Have any idea? You don't know. No idea. Zero. You don't know my history. You don't know what manipulations I've done in the past. You have no idea what you're dealing with. None. And people around here who know me would tell you, because they've known me for years and they seen me do amazing things that they're just still amazed by years later. And he got attacked for that. No, classical liberalism creates wokeism, but now he can say no and he can justify it, because when you add the classical and you can point to Plato, right? And Plato fights wokeism quite nicely, although there's dozens of other things you can point to just as validly in classical liberalism to fight something like wokeism. And you can't do it without those things. Like you can't do it in mere liberalism. And so, yeah, I thought that was hysterically funny. Yeah, there's quite a bit of
There's
power
trade-offs.
in explaining
There's always
something well to
trade-offs.
people.
With any political system, there has to be trade-offs, and we have to
Right.
agree to what those trade-offs are. And we've not agreed what those trade-offs are since the 70s. Really, if you saw my Twitter feed on that, since the economic boom, since feminism, sorry to say, since a whole bunch of other things in the 70s are happening. The loss of the Vatican II happened just around the peak of the 70s, or you could say the mass exodus from Catholicism. Because in 69, Vatican II happens. Maybe Casey, you can correct me wrong. It's a whole bunch of cultural revolutions that happen around 70, 71. That it's just a rough figure, but 71's a good marker. Economic unrest, New York City is in a complete dive in the 70s. Yeah, you got economics happening. I've said the money, economic fund printing, but that's not everything. That's a symptom of the change of values in the country, or the change of values in the world, or the lack of. That's
lack. I don't think it's a change. I think it's a lack. I think it's all you have to do is stop looking up, and everything goes where you look. So it's so funny. So I'm bowling last night, and I was not doing well. And then at a certain point, like I just lost the ball, kept going all over the place, and I'm like, must apply trick. Index cards, trick. Oh yes, look only at what you want to hit. That for anything. It works for bowling, it works for baseball, it works for everything, right? I'm like, oh, okay, that's right. So I started doing that, and then bang, I'm back on it. I'm like, okay. And it wasn't perfect or anything, but I was like, all right, I'm back on. So before that, I was looking at where I was throwing the ball and where it was landing on the alley, which is very useful too. You have to do that sometimes. But I needed to look downrange. And once I started looking downrange, no, on the other hand, I was out with my friend firing his awesome dirty hairy gun. And oh yeah, absolutely miserable. I was like, I cannot pay attention to anything. It was just terrible. And he criticized me because apparently he doesn't know physics. He said, you're going like this before you shoot. And I was like, I'm adding the velocity of my hand to the bullet. That's better. He didn't know this. And he
once you don't do this whole like sideways gangster Hollywood,
sideways.
Don't do this. Don't twist the guy. Even I know that. I'm in Australia.
Yeah, I know exactly. I'm from the land of banned guns, and even I know this. Yeah. Mythbusters did a thing on it, but there's all these little tricks that, but I wasn't able to remain relaxed, so I'm fidgeting and flinching, and that's why I couldn't aim right. I was like, what the? I used to have excellent aim. Like I had such good aim that when I did archery in summer camp, I did my first archery lesson, and I made like mid-grade just based on scoring alone. I scored so high. It was great because I have really good aim when I'm relaxed and not ill and dying.
Here we go. Your judgment goes wrong when you are not relaxed, when you're not in a state of flow or serenity or peace. Your judgment, your aim.
Well, some people want to be in flow all the time, and that's also a mistake, right? And that's why looking at the thing you want to hit and not paying attention to all the other things explicitly, we'll say consciously, can work so well. It's like, okay, I'm going to put all my focus on the top pin that I want to hit. And it's like, okay, now all of a sudden I don't have to worry about where the ball's landing on the bowling lane because my brain's taking care of all that because I just spent way too much time looking down at the bowling lane instead of looking out at what I want to hit. And this goes back to, okay, so I was looking down, and that ball was going off in all kinds of directions. And then I'm looking at the pin, right? And it's like, oh, right. And then, of course, you take martial arts, they'll always tell you, you don't punch someone's face, you punch at the back of someone's head through their face. Like that's key. Why? Because follow through is important. And there's some magical, literally magical, scientifically unexplainable thing about follow through that actually everyone has studied for years and nobody has made any progress on understanding whatsoever.
You brought up archery, right? You've done it. I do archery still. I mean, not as much, but follow through, always important. Once you draw back and you let go, stay. Just let it go. And you always focus right on where it's going.
Yep, downrange.
Downrange. But you let the bow go. I have you put a strapper on your wrist, at least the modern ones you do. You have a strapper on your wrist and you just let it go and the bow just falls forward. But follow through is almost more important than like aiming, because if you mess up follow through, you're never going to hit anything ever.
Right. And that is the problem. And that's why there's utility in training, right? So you train your stance. You don't worry about hitting anything. And then you train your posture, which is separate from your stance. Just, I know people don't think so. It is, right? And then you train your draw, right? And how you're holding things. And then, because you have to have a good stance and a good posture to hold the bow correctly, right? And then you train your aim last. Your aim gets trained last. And it's very important. And then once you've gotten the muscle memory in place, you switch to the next thing, right? And then the next thing you know, you're just a good archer. But that takes time, and people don't want well, what's the one best thing to do to be a good archer? It's like this one thing outlier theory, while it can be helpful, is misguided. You need to go through the steps in order correctly and submit to that in order to be the best. You're not going to be the best. You may not even ever be good if you try to trick this system. What's this? Benjamin Franklin. What you think about the character Judge Dredd? Maybe Batman is in the same general archetype. No, I don't think so. I'm going to hand this off to Jesse, but first I am going to pre-advertise because the thumbnail is now ready because Sally Joe wanted to do it, not me. Batman versus Superman is coming. It is not what you think, but it is more awesome. And Jesse is going to comment on that video and tell me how close it is to the Fourth Estate in terms of goodness. So he has been warned. He has a duty now. I did actually rewatch my Fourth Estate video because Jesse said it was the best video ever of all time in the history of the universe. And he's obviously correct because it's one of mine. And I said, all right, I will go back because I did a very specific thing with that particular video, and I will follow that pattern and I will make this particular point. And now it's been so long because I actually recorded that video like a month ago at this point, and do this video in that style on purpose. But yeah, it's going to be a big surprise. I think I'm going to release it on Monday if I remember, although I'm traveling, so I'm never sure if I'll remember. Anyway, please, Judge Dredd versus Batman, go ahead.
Cool. Oh, God, I was thinking about
I can't hear you, Jesse. Your mic just cut out. It was no. What did you do? It was working, and now it's not working. Casey, what do you have to say about Judge Dredd versus Batman?
First of all, Judge Dredd is actually in the employ of the government, and Batman is a vigilante. So, number one, that's like you're comparing like a cop to like a guy who shoots someone that breaks into his house or something. It's not they're not exactly equivalent to that, but like that's a huge difference between like someone who's like an outlaw almost versus someone who is alleged to be a representative of the law. I don't know much about Judge Dredd, but
well, there's structure behind Judge Dredd, and there's rebellion in Batman. And I think that's a fundamental archetypal difference, is that one is submitted and the other one is not submitted. And that's not good. Like I'm actually not a Batman or Superman fan. for that reason, that neither is submission. It's well known that Superman is based on Ubermensch, and Nietzsche is misguided at the very least. Which is not to say there aren't some good nuggets in Nietzsche. There's good nuggets in 4-year-olds. But these concepts are dangerous, especially in the wrong hands. And I don't know how you deny that or downplay that. Like, it's vitally important in terms of understanding and engagement that the ills of the 20th century were largely committed on the backs of German and French philosophers, all of whom are reprehensible. Just saying, in case we're unclear on my position on German and French philosophers in particular. Yeah, it's just not good stuff. Like, I'm sorry, it's really not good stuff, and it's not for the good. And that's more like, these people are rebels and they're individualists, and fair enough, but that's wrong. We're not individuals. Okay. I see my error. I think I made the link because Dredd kind of independently can pass judgment, which is not how we think of traditional enforcers. Well, that's actually good, right? Because that's right up our alley. Yeah, he is judge, jury, and executioner, right? And so that Batman is also judge, jury, and executioner. The difference is in structure, and Judge Dredd is sort of the first instantiation in, we'll say, my understanding of pop culture, which is very poor. Jesse's not here, but he'll correct me when he gets back, of this individualism peeking out and sort of sneaking into the rest of the culture. Is he back?
Yeah, mate. This is the. This is not
Perfect.
this. This is not my fancy, nice microphone that I bought for purposes such as this. This is laptop
Uh-oh.
screen. This is laptop. Now, I've had multiple audio stuff go haywire with me lately. Felt like I've got a gremlin in my house and I need to pray out. You get
Audio
that
gremlin in your house. Hey, Bruce.
Yeah,
Hey, how's it going?
Bruce would know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
Fancy
Audio
microphone.
gremlins are the worst. You can't
My
put water on them,
fancy
man.
microphone stopped working, and before that last night, my vinyl player and amp just stopped working.
It's that old adage where the roofer's roof leaks. You know.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of the way it goes.
Yeah, and I do this like semi-professionally, and it's
that's what I mean. Totally.
Yeah.
And it also gives you a little sympathy for those who have these problems, right? When you
getting back to Judge Dredd, which is
I heard the Batman Judge Dredd comment. I wanted to weigh on that, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, okay, you can go first. You go first. I'm slightly Aspergy, so I will still fiddle with this thing in my mind. I'll be like, why isn't this microphone working? I want this microphone to work. I spent 40 minutes just plugging the ground cable in and out of my vinyl amp last night, being like, it has to be the ground issue.
Dude, I totally
my fiance
understand
coming into the room
problem.
and going to be like, you're not going to fix this tonight. Move on to something else.
I've been there a million times. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We all have.
Bruce. I think it's somewhat unfair to call Batman a vigilante entirely. Judge, jury, and executioner. While there is some collateral damage, he does deliver them over to the Justice Department. So he's the foot soldier doing the work that must be done outside of the confines of regulation and delivering them to the authorities. And so in that case, I think he's doing the Lord's work, as far as I'm concerned.
I can see if you had submitted him to a higher power. And I will grant you that they do attempt to point at virtues and values occasionally, especially in Batman. But my problem is that he's fundamentally an independent agent. And while he does deliver them, he doesn't do so in the standard fashion. He leaves them tied up and waits for the police to get there. It's not like he's working hand in hand.
Sometimes. Yeah.
So, and I am very swayed by the dog-headed argument for obvious reasons. If you haven't seen Sally Joe's dog-headed book, you should see it. It's a wonderful short. read by an excellent person. Might be self-serving, don't know. But yeah, the idea of having somebody outside of the norm or outside of the system behaving in a good way,
hmm
and that's the what is it? The bad man doing good things or whatever, the
Right,
bad
right.
man, whatever their ridiculous Christians are calling it. Present company accepted, Bruce. We've had this conversation
Yeah,
before,
yeah, we have.
or at least versions of it. I don't buy that. I think that's stupid. I think you're wrong, and I think you need to fix your thinking because you're not in a helpful mode. I think that basically, if you're doing good things, you're a good person. And
Mm,
the fact that those things seem bad to you is your misunderstanding of the world because you think things have a valence of good and bad. And I would argue that that is not how the world works. The context matters. Like killing can't always be bad. Sometimes it's murder and sometimes it's necessary.
sure. Yeah, murder is
Sacrifice.
specific, right?
Yes.
It's unjust killing. Yeah, and I think part of the issue with the Batman is that he has a massive restraint issue. And but to be fair, there are some scenario like this is the same thing with war. There's restraint issues in war, but there are so many externalities in edge cases that even the best soldier may have failings in the moral category in the moment.
Right.
So although he's failing in some of the moral categories, his higher purpose is there, and he is still under an authority. And so I think with Batman, or the vigilante who has a higher calling, which I would argue that he does, and he's not. See, because we have other anti-hero types in the series. So you have like you could argue that Bane is in that direction. He's sort of an enemy of the state, but he's also got an ulterior motive. You could argue there's a whole other like Deadshot or when Nightwing comes on the scene and starts like basically moving the ethical code away from the Batman structure. Oh man, I'm forgetting the other guy now. Gosh, I'm terrible. Anyway, there's a fella that really fights Nightwing a lot. I can't remember his name. Deathstroke is an anti-hero. And in the Marvel category, there's a bunch of people like this too. That's the people you might have a problem with ethically. Batman is not. It's even more interesting because he doesn't put his ethics aside entirely and take justice into his hands. In fact, his entire ethos is to uphold justice and deliver people to justice. So, and they have a Justice League, indeed, then they work with authorities. So, I think in his case, he's, Protestant for no other, for a better, for a bad analogy.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. And so, but I think they're necessary.
I won't disagree with the necessity of the outlier, of the margin, of the dog-headed. Again, I'm very persuaded by that argument. And what Sally Joe was saying about dog-headed was, she said, maybe the dog-headed shouldn't be in the church.
Yeah, I can understand that. But I mean, from that perspective, if you're looking at a top-down idea from the authority, yeah, I can understand it. And that's why they created their own Justice League. You know what I mean?
Right. No, it's in there. My problem is they don't point to virtues and values. And Vanderklay actually had a good video for once. He had a great video about the failure of the secular religions, right? And he was mostly talking about Harry Potter, and it was fantastic. It was too long by half for sure, but it was really good. And in fact, that's what I got on the stream to say earlier today was, more of that, please. We need more discernment between cult, ideology, and religion. And a bunch of people were like, yeah, you're right, we do. And I was like, yeah, this is where the conversation needs to go. We need to start talking about that so people can discern that, especially people in, I don't want to call it the corner of the internet. I want to call it the trap. It's a trap where people are, and it's not necessarily bad, but people are going there on purpose to, instead of saying like, oh, well, we need religion and therefore I'm just going to pick one. They're going like, I want a smorgasbord of selection. So I'm going to go hang out in this little corner, and that'll give me an idea of how to make a decision about which type of Christian I want to be or something. And I'm like, I get it, and there's utility to that, but also, I'm not quite a fan of that particular
Can you
tactic
hear me
because
now?
it's too individualistic.
Can you hear me now? Am I coming?
Yeah, we can
fine?
hear you.
Yeah, okay, cool. So Batman is more intents and purposes, on more like if in English today. The way Batman is constructed as a character, he is driven by a narrative. Judge Dredd isn't inherently driven by a narrative. He's driven by a duty. Batman gives himself that duty.
Yeah, true. So there's a narrative that's imposed upon Judge Dredd, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think there is a backstory that they weave in later, but it's not the foundation point of his myth. Whether Batman has to be driven by his loss or his the accelerationism inherent in the Batman character.
His parents are murdered in front of him.
All these sort of things. And he has to have a dialectic Joker, and sorry to say, he has to have an antithesis for his existence, which the Dark Knight points out.
The Joker, who has no narrative, right? Until they decided to write
anti-narrative. He's anti-narrative. He has no narrative because the new Joker film that came out, proved that he does have a narrative, and they gave him probably the best narrative.
I actually put that outside that to me that's like entirely fan fiction, or not even. It's not even in the saga canon or otherwise. That's just like but that would be for better. No, but it's fan fiction essentially. Like if you were to take it as
But I think it's sort of important what you were saying, Jesse, right? Because the charge that was leveled at me earlier today in the Jacob after PVK live stream, which is an excellent idea, was that I was destroying communities. And that was made by somebody who overtly destroyed online communities. So I thought that was freaking hysterically funny. I'm like, could you project a little more, please? That's too much. It was just too funny for me. So I can't take that person seriously anyway, because I know way too much about what they've been up to and that they're just not a good human being at all. But I want to segue this into Benjamin Franklin's point. I think there is a mirror between Batman and Joker. I would disagree with that. Joker throws away, quote, the book, but Batman also throws away the book. In a way, that is correct. But what I would say is it's not a mirror because one is structure and the other is anti-structure. And the problem with Batman for me is that he's not all in on structure. And so this is where I get into this. Well, there's a dog-headed point, but also doesn't have the right interaction. And as for Dredd, selectively throws away the book on rare occasions. Yeah, this is what I was saying about Dredd being the beginnings, in some sense, of this splitting of the baby between submission and individualism. Because you can't have both. Like either you're an individual and you submit to no one, or you're not an individual and surprise, spoiler ending, you're not an individual. You've never been an individual. You'll never be an individual. You are always submitted to a bunch of things. That's why you are a Muppet. The Muppet and action issue will be addressed next week in the live stream, if as best I can do it. But yeah, when we're not understanding that we are submitted, that there are forces beyond our control, literally, and some of those forces appear to come from within us, but obviously do not, because they're counter to our very being in some sense. That's the devil on your shoulder instead of the angel on your shoulder. All right, that's the passion that you have to control according to the Stoics and actually most philosophies, if you actually look into it. It's certainly not strictly a Stoic thing. And I think that's where the problem comes in, is that Judge Dredd and Batman are both wrestling with the proper relationship for the individual given structure. And I think that's fundamentally the wrong question. The right question is proper submission within the structure, because, and I've pointed this out before, you have to be in the structure to change it without destroying it. So you can sit there and say there's a bad group of people doing bad things, but if you're not willing to go into that group of people and change it, you're probably doing more harm than you could possibly ever do good in the world. And maybe that's not 100%, but maybe it's 80%. And 80%'s good enough for me.
Yeah,
To
I think
extend your
there's.
point,
Oh, go ahead.
though,
Go ahead.
To extend your point, though, Batman can quit at any time. It does quit at any time. There are, people take on the mask. You can't get out of your duty if you're Judge Dredd. Like
Yeah.
you die for your cause in some sense, or you honorable discharge in some sense. Batman is always elusive. He's always constrained by his own set of ethics. And
Yeah,
that's
there's
an important
yeah.
distinction.
I think there's so one of the parallels. I mean, okay, I'll bring it back to Christianity, of course, but let me just sort of parallel this a little bit. To me, it seems as though there's a natural law that they both agree and submit to, and they have no point. They have no choice but to submit to the natural law. Dredd and Batman. One of the things that I find is in someone like Dredd, and this is the argument for submission. There's the revealed law, the Ten Commandments, that puts up the very specific guardrails around the natural law. Okay, and so now you have a grace, a mercy of the Ten Commandments to tell you this is the righteous path. This is the righteous law. Now, I do think that maybe Batman doesn't have that particular righteous law that maybe Dredd does, but I would disagree in that that Dredd can even uphold that and hold to that standard at all. I believe he'll continue to fall short, and they'll make exceptions for all sorts of significant issues with this. And so you'll see maybe they take the general equity of the law, right? And they'll say, okay, this is where the general equity of the law applies in these situations, and there may be bending and all sorts of imperfections in applying the law, the revealed law. I think they both do the same thing, and this is kind of where I see them both bending. I see one in a law that's been given, and a law that's been submitted to, and then I see both of them removing the law in places where they need to. And so I think one is a position of, it's almost like a Pharisaical versus Christian position, as far as I'm concerned. But that's a little nuanced.
Also, that's the struggle I was talking about.
Yeah, sure.
Right. There's a way in which they are not different from one another, right? Because they're both individuals. And so they're struggling with the same question, which is what is the proper place for an individual given structures and given the chaos at the bottom that they're kind of fighting. And I think that's already a mistake because they're not accounting for the fact that in order for Batman to do what he does, he has to be the judge in the moment, the same way Judge Dredd is, right? They are appealing to different levels of submission. If it were more explicit that Batman was, say, appealing to the guide of an angel, that would be a different story at that point, and it would be one that I could get behind. It's not explicit what virtues and values he's using to judge with. So this is one of those things that I was talking about in the monologue where we have muddied our own judgment. We have been told on the one hand that we can't judge and the other that we have to judge everything very sneakily. And it's caused a bunch of problems in the world.
Yeah, I would agree that that's definitely been a problem, right? We have the issue of overzealous, unrighteous judgment, and then a lack of attempts of, well, at least a lack of admitting that they're judging while saying they're not, right? But
discernment as such.
Right.
Like, why does any conservative or Republican voter actually have a problem saying, no, drag queen story hour is not a thing and is bad? Like, but they do. And this is fascinating. I mean, other than the political frame doesn't work, right? And the conservative versus liberal frame obviously doesn't work. There's a there, which is judgment itself has been weakened. And when you weaken judgment, you destroy discernment. And all you have to do to weaken judgment is pass doubt on it or doubt on its utility. And then it's like, well, I'm not judging. Judging is bad. Judge not lest you be judged. And it's like, no, all that means is hold yourself to the standard you're holding others to. That's all that means. It doesn't mean don't hold people to standards. That's not what it means. If you read it that way, you're wrong. Like you just made an error in
Yeah,
cognitive
it's self-refuting
understanding or
anyway.
basic reading comprehension or
Yeah.
something. Like
They've already done that. They've already done the judgment by making this statement implicitly or explicitly, really. They're stating, this is the judgment, don't judge. Wait a second. How do you come to that position? Right? So now what characteristics or standards are you using to evaluate whether or not you should or should not be judging? And even in that case, now you have an ought claim of judgment. So now
Right.
we're in the same discussion. So
yeah, you're not getting around judgment.
no.
That was one of my early statements. Like you're
Yeah.
not, it's not an
Mhm.
optional thing. I like hierarchy. It's not optional.
Mhm.
And so the question is, are you attending to it? And what are you doing about it? Because you can use judgment to improve your judgment. Unlike most other things where that doesn't work, you can actually use judgment after the fact to improve your future judgment from your past bad judgment. Like you can do that. That is definitely a thing that you can do.
Mhm.
Forgive me for wanting to rephrase the question. Is it something like, how do we best embody judgment? Because we are judging all the time, but how we enact or embody that judgment matters. Because you can choose, like, I can judge the fact that something was left out and I get annoyed about it, but I don't embody that judgment. I just have it somewhere detached in my psyche, and I go, oh, okay, that's a judgment I have, and I don't necessarily embody it in the moment. Although at peak times of stress, you do embody judgment, which is why things like dissociation or like doing the dishes when you're angry really work, because you're compartmentalizing the embodiment of judgments that you have.
Well, I would say the embodiment of judgment is part of the action, which is, you guys keep jumping ahead. That's next week. No, but I mean, they bleed into one another. So like, it's a totally fair move. But that's in some sense, there is a way to judge your own judgment. And it's not in real time. That's where people make the mistake. They go, I can cognize my own cognition. Not in real time, you can't. So it's not relevant that it can be done because now we're talking about something different because you're looking back. And so the fact that you can look back is not interesting, exciting, or non-universal. It's kind of bland and boring. And stating it kind of makes you a Muppet, more of a Muppet than you think. And it's the same with judgment, except with judgment, you can understand that judgment improves itself, especially when used properly in the fullness of time, where you go, I know that I make bad judgments about where to work. And I've had people actually do this for me. They've actually said, Mark, you need to make a decision for me because my judgment on this is terrible. I say, oh, fair enough, right? And then you see this in relationships all the time. Oh, I always pick the wrong person, whether it's a guy or a girl, right, to be with. My judgment is bad. You know your judgment's bad. And when we try to pretend like we're not judging all the time, we weaken it because, I hate agreeing with Claire. Our judgment is a muscle we should be constantly exercising. Yeah, and we do, but we're not recognizing that. And so that's being hijacked by this emotional hijack that I talked about in the monologue. Benjamin Franklin, I have a spicy take on Batman. When you are young, you tend to see your father as a kind of perfect figure. Well, yeah, you kind of have to. Maybe as you grow old, you're able to judge him more accurately. Yeah, probably. But Batman never got that opportunity. Oh, that's a good point. So his father becomes frozen in a perfect state. I think Jordan Peterson suffers from a similar conundrum. I don't know where you get the last part of that.
He has,
But
yeah. I mean, I think as Batman grows in discernment, he does judge his father or the actions that he had, especially in the time of the incident. So it's hard to say. I don't know. Because I think that Alfred fulfills that role quite well, as a stepfather, especially. So I think he grows in discernment of his father, and sees, I think he sees the issue there. It's part of his motivation, as far as I'm concerned.
yeah,
I get a bit worried when
clean
people
up the
jump
failing.
to the dialectic between masculine and feminine, and just attributing all the masculine aspects to the father. Like, because you can get different masculine aspects from
Well, they both
society
died
or
in that case. But
from
you're saying in his
community.
case.
Yeah, well,
I see.
yes, well, the
Judging of
community
father.
does lack masculinity in the Gotham terms. It's not orderly enough, and that's why you have all these gangsters enacting their direct violence onto the will of the people. So Batman is, in some sense, a reactionary figure, But maybe my spicy take is Judge Dredd isn't actually a reactionary figure. He's a proactive figure. Like he's embodying the will of both sense, because he has to make. Well, a proper judge would actually embody some aspects of the feminine, where you don't see that in Batman. You don't see him ever embrace the feminine aspects of Herodom. Like when
It depends on what you mean.
Doesn't
I mean,
necessarily save people in the same way Superman or Spider-Man has compassion or feminine aspects to his Herodom.
That's interesting. I disagree. Actually, I would say that in the case of Superman, he's wholly naive. And so unless you're attributing naivete to femininity, which I suppose you could, but I wouldn't go that far. You know, in fact, I don't know. I think Dredd is more of the lack of feminine, in my opinion, because you're looking at merely objective, state-sponsored specifics without, discernment on those.
It's all lack of feminine, and that's part of the problem. Except the feminine is supposed to remain hidden. And so it's like, oh, well, wait a minute. This is actually supposed to remain hidden. And the feminine aspects are supposed to come out in secret sort of feminine groups between women and not supposed to be mixed up. But I did want to, speaking of divine feminine, or at least the feminine, we should always distinguish between truth and falsehood, sound and valid reasoning, as well as vice and virtue. That is correct. In order to learn from our mistakes, we admit them. Well, that's where humility comes in. Like, if you're not making mistakes and admitting to yourself that you're making mistakes, you are not learning. Period. End of statement. Full stop. You can read all the books you want. You can, if you're not admitting that you've made a mistake, you are not making room to be the type of person that learns. And then Benjamin Franklin, Alfred the surrogate father is interesting, but Alfred is a servant, not a competitor. Your father's not your competitor either. Where are people getting this father competitor nonsense talk from?
In fact, Alfred is a Christ figure. Alfred is a Christ figure, sacrificing his life, adopting him, and that's right. and self-service, like just service to a degree that you might even seem as wrong.
Let's address the servant competitor issue.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know where this "my father's my competitor" garbage comes from. That's nowhere in anything ever, and it's observably false. Like, your father's not
Freud.
If you're competing with your father.
Freud.
It does feel like Freud. Yeah,
it's Freud. It's classic Freudianism.
Mm-hmm. I see.
The younger male is competing with the older male for the attention of the mother. That's Freud's.
Yeah, that's very low res. That's strange. I can't identify with that position at all. No, what I mean is I can't really see.
Yeah, no,
that's very
that's
small.
What I mean. Like, I was talking earlier about, I don't know where Jung went wrong. I know where Freud went wrong. And that was one of those places for, like, it's so obvious that Freud was just off the rails about that. To me, it's hysterical. Like, obviously cannot possibly be true. Like, do a math once. Like, it's so clear. This competitor garbage. Like, yeah, there's not enough attention in the world. And yeah, we want female attention. And yeah, we learn about female attention from our mothers. Okay, thanks, genius. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, that's
opponent processing.
Also unhelpful.
It's opponent processing.
Oh, okay.
Well, it comes from that opponent ethos. Yeah, this whole postmodern, everybody's in opposition to everybody else. And by the way, I don't understand why we're all in competition. I don't know, maybe because you just stated we were. This is your own fault. Like, why are you being like this? Why are you being this stupid? Good night, Casey. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you can join us next time. Falling asleep.
Thank you, Jason.
What is it, like 9:30? Oh, no, it's 10:30 where you live. Still, it's 10:30. Come on.
Yeah, people wake up at 4 and stuff,
Casey's Casey. I gotta make fun of Casey. I've known him for a while now, so he gets no pass. No pass.
I actually one of the things that's troubling with a Dredd character is there's no discernment at all. In fact, it's merely application of dogma.
Right.
Right. Depends on which perspective or which frame of that Like there's
I
different
mean, I'm
ways that
taking
Batman
the
is
archetype in
interpreted
a
over
broad
time.
sense, you know. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm taking the
Well,
dread
I think
archetype in a
maybe,
broader
you know,
sense, not
as
the
good-
specifics. So to say.
I think it's actually that's not sometimes not the best way to go about these sort of embodiments of cultural aspects. Because you're always theoretically talking about what a character does and doesn't do. You need to talk
Mhm.
about how it's applied within a frame. So I would be the best. Controversially, even though I love the newer Judge Dredd film, the older Judge Dredd film with Sylvester Stallone is actually a far superior film because the character does change. The character feminizes
That's
in some
true.
aspects. He learns to help the poor. He no
But
longer
that-
becomes a
right.
tool of the state. He becomes doesn't even become an agent of the state. He becomes like he becomes above the constraints for which the law had broken itself, or the law was like, you know, like I'm trying to find another way to use Christ, but it is in that sense. He goes to the death, burial, resurrection thing a few times in that film.
I think that he becomes Batman. You see, he's discerning. He has to make an individual assessment based on a higher power, higher order. And they're both now. You could argue that maybe they both have different higher orders.
A family man.
But
He becomes a family man. That's the way I want to.
I mean, so does Batman in his adoption of Robin.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, sure.
You know, and his adoption of the orphanage. And to be, I mean, I think that you're talking about. In fact, one of the virtues of Dredd in the first is the fact that this occurs. That it's not mere robot. It's not RoboCop. And actually RoboCop kind of humanizes later too. So in fact, we're not talking about robots here. And I think he transitions from robot born again to a discerning individual.
Yeah, discern, good word. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my objection is still with the individual.
Yeah.
Benjamin Franklin. I think that's something to do with the identity of the quote father. You don't put father in quotes. What is wrong with you? Like, seriously, what are you doing? The son has to become the father. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have to, or learn to become the father. No learning required. You can literally just mimic your father. You don't need to learn anything. That's just wrong. And we know this experimentally. Like, where are people getting this stuff from? This is in none of the literature, and it's countermanded by every piece of literature on the subject. There needs to be some grappling to obtain independence. Independence from what? People fight things all the time. Like, you're 2 years old, you're fighting your hunger, your whatever. These are universal things. We're constantly in rebellion against the constraints of the world. What relevance does that have to literally anything? Sometimes people fight their parents. Sometimes people don't. And some people never fight their parents, and some people do nothing but fight their parents. So what? This isn't interesting.
I don't think there's
It's
anyone that
observable.
never fights their parents.
I've seen many people who never fight their parents.
You haven't seen them as toddlers.
No, I've seen some toddlers who are actually quite ridiculously obedient.
I've never seen. I mean, I disagree.
I have.
I've never. I
It's
mean,
unusual.
that would be extraordinarily unusual. In fact,
my
that would be
cousins-
like.
No, it's not. It's not extraordinarily unusual. Some children are very, very, very compliant.
In all aspects? No, I disagree. There's no way.
Oh, I've seen them.
This is
I've
like
seen quite a
some
few
sort of
them, actually.
utopia here.
It's always shocking to me. No, it's not utopia.
It's
It's actually
very
hard on
weird.
the parents, especially if they have more
I know
than
where you're
one,
going.
and the other one isn't like that. In fact, my cousin was in that situation. He has this little girl who's ridiculously obedient. You tell her anything, she does it right away, and it's like a little creepy. And then he has this son, and his son, who's much younger, cannot keep anything out of his mouth. He's already been to the ER like 3 times because he just tries to eat everything, and you can't take your eyes off him. Little
Yeah.
girl, you can sit her in a corner, and she'll just kind of like whatever. It's like really weird to watch, but it happens.
It just hasn't happened yet. It will.
Maybe here's something. Batman doesn't have the ability to replicate himself. He has to create something other where the Judge Dredd can replicate himself, and that's why he's the family man. He's carrying on the legacy. It's kind of a pseudo adoption with Robin.
It's
We're
an
getting to
adoption.
Judgment here, but the judgments that the embodiment of these discernment, judgment actions, this model happens differently in these different character archetypes, and that's why I'm leading
Yeah.
to Camp Dread.
Batman has an ascetic, monastic position in a way as well. It's different,
but it's not.
Yeah,
it doesn't
Baker.
carry on, and that's the value I'm trying to sneak.
That's
in
the tough
here.
one there, because does it
legacy.
not carry on because the
No, it
cowl is
No,
different.
Robin is
carry
different.
And
Robin
it's
is a
fake.
different embodiment.
He's pretending to be a monastic, right? As
I mean,
Batman.
yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, it's
Right,
the ninja
he's
sort
not.
of thing, yeah, samurai thing.
You know, but I do want to address this. So Benjamin Franklin, i.e., the sun has to complete the cleavage and has to become a distinct body. Maybe no, you're not ever going to be a distinct body. Just give that dream up. That is a ridiculous way to think about the world.
Yeah, you have the
And
name
the
of your
cleavage may
father.
require a certain degree of competition. No, it doesn't require any. I.e., is the father wants to remain. Look, some parents are super controlling and some are not. This is not a universal. It has nothing to do with humans. It's variation within the human condition for sure, but there's lots of
Yeah.
variation.
It's the
And the fact
application
that
that
that's how you view things
The
is
application of
unhealthy.
discipline matters. You
Yeah,
have to apply the discipline. Discipline can't just be this broad one rule and measure. It has to be applied in the right manner.
Well, and a lot of this is just struggling with judgment. So, like, for example, one day, being a Muppet, I took a cold bottle of ketchup and I put it against my father's neck while he was busily working at his desk and unaware. And he whipped around and smacked me. And I went, that isn't good. And then he was all upset, right? He was completely pissed off. at
not the
moment.
time nor the
And then, like
place.
10 minutes later, he said, I apologize. I shouldn't have hit you. And I said, nope, it's fine. I did. I was like, nope, I totally get it. Like, you overreacted, but I caused that overreaction. That's on me. Totally on me. Like, there was no more appropriate response possible.
Mhm.
Like, if you scare somebody, they're going to act, and that action is almost certainly going to not be done with discernment and judgment because they need to get rid of a problem. And like, I have the same, or used to have the same issue, not so much anymore. If I was working on something and you interrupted me, the odds that you would be alive in the next 5 minutes were zero. I hated to be interrupted. I really hated to be interrupted when I was working on something. And I don't have that problem anymore, thankfully. But it took me years to fix that.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
that's
it was
yeah.
bad. Like, it was
It's
bad. It was 9 hours sitting in a chair because I was trying to learn something, not paying attention to the fact that I had to pee. And then by the time you have to pee because you've been drinking nothing but Mountain Dews that you've stacked up next to the computer that you're working on, it's 20 minutes to go 25 feet to the bathroom. It's painful. I never did that again. So you're constantly fighting all of your constraints. Your constraints are not people, or not just people. And this is, we get into this. Really, it's this postmodern. It's me against other people. No, it's you against nature, and it's you against what I'm going to now refer to as the unconditional. So, for example, the hot fire is still hot even if you're not near it. This is a better way to think of the world than objective. You move as the agent. The fire is unconditional because it doesn't move. Its temperature didn't change. You changed your relationship to it, and that changed your temperature. Didn't change the temperature of the fire because the fire is unconditional. And I think that's a much better framing. I think it was Cale Zeldin that gave that to me. And that's the problem. All right, Benjamin Franklin. Okay, I think I empathize with the no cleavage. Empathy is not allowed here, sir. You are being booted. But there is a problem. If no change take place, the Gnostics are right. It's circular cloning of the Father forever. Nothing the Gnostics have ever said could ever possibly be correct and is observably false. Let's just put that to bed right now. Okay?
if no
It's not
change
circular
takes
cloning
place.
of the Father forever. But we have a mimicry circuit in our head, and we do mimic our parents, which is why we tend to become our parents, unless we're super rebels and we deliberately fight against that. That's a bad play, by the way. Your parents existed, and on average, that will be a better way to go than rebelling against them. There are obvious exceptions. but they're exceptions, and exceptions are not
Yeah.
rules, and they're both are important. And if you think that because you grew up with somebody, over you that you had to mimic, that you're cloning them, then you don't understand cloning, you don't understand genetics, you don't understand evolution, you don't understand people, and you don't understand the world. Like, this is such a low resolution way of thinking about how the world works, and it's observably false. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, why is this even an issue? Like, yeah, you're going to mimic your parents because you have to. There
Yeah.
isn't another option available. You can be mad about that, but you were born into it and there's nothing you can do about it. So if you're mad about it, you're just taking time, energy, and attention away from doing good in the world. Not recommended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really understand the Gnostics are right comment. Is strange with that. In what way?
Well,
No
the
change.
problem is the Gnostics are right about something.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Unfortunately, for everybody
yeah.
who thinks they read the Republic, they either skipped book 2 or they have low uh, comprehension, reading and comprehension. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's right there. The problem of children is dealt with by Plato and not by Kierkegaard, not by Nietzsche, not by these other modern idiots. And that's partly why they're idiots. If your philosophy doesn't include children, it's useless because we live in a world with children. And we're not going to not live in a world with children, or at least if we do, whatever we do won't matter. And philosophy is irrelevant because we won't be continuing past that point anyway. And so philosophy becomes a non issue. So if philosophy doesn't account for children, you're already wrong and you're not even a philosopher. So there, how's that? Now, what Plato says in book 2 is rather clear. Because children, therefore forbidden knowledge. Therefore, Gnostics are correct about the existence of forbidden knowledge and the importance of forbidden knowledge. What they are not correct about is what to do about this situation. Plato, however, seems to have some solutions to this problem. I may not like them, but censorship is a real thing that has to happen. You can be upset about that all you want. But the bottom line is, when you're 3, telling you the scientific realities of sex or evolution are pointless and harmful. That can't happen. That's true all throughout your life. There are certain things that if you learn them too early, you will become corrupted by that knowledge in a bad way. This is where the Gnostics have it backwards. They think forbidden knowledge and the engagement with it will free you. It will not. And freedom is not good for you anyway. Bad goal, and by the way, a lie. Both. Bad goal and a lie. Engagement with occult practices, for example, all of which are forbidden knowledge, and some of which are not wrong. I can tell you from personal direct experience, there are things that you can do that you should not be doing, but are quite capable of doing. And there are very good reasons why you shouldn't do them.
Mhm.
I've experienced this personally. Don't do it.
Well, the Lord could strike a blow with a broken stick.
Who brought him up?
I'm stating that there are people that are right sometimes, although they're mostly wrong. Yeah.
That's true too. Well, look, and that's the problem, is teasing out, making the judgment again between, do I engage with Carl Jung's work? If I can't tell where he went wrong, but I know he went wrong, my judgment is no, I will not engage with Carl Jung's work because I can't figure out where he went wrong. But he ended in a place that I can tell is wrong.
Mhm.
And maybe you disagree. That's fine. I'm not trying to impose my judgment on anybody else, which makes it a valid judgment, as I covered in the monologue, right? To the best of my ability, anyway. There is an issue when you are judging yourself smart enough to engage in anything, including things that are, quote, forbidden knowledge. And interestingly, Jung himself said, look, you can't study to be a Jungian therapist or psychologist or whatever until the age of 35 or something, 30, I forget, right? You can't be president of the United States, if you're under a certain age too. There's a there, and it's important. And we need to pay attention to that. This judgment, these boundaries, this discernment, and these rules are there for a reason because they have worked throughout time.
No disagreement
Where were
there.
you going with that? It was a nice rant,
Well-
but I don't know what the emphasis was.
The emphasis is on the fact of forbidden knowledge and the goodness
Right.
of the forbiddenness of the knowledge. The idea that having that forbidden
that's
knowledge is going to
fun-
set you free is wrong.
Every religious system has to have layers of revelation in order for it to be a religious system. Otherwise, it's a political system. So you have to have levels of
That's an
entry
interesting.
and adoption.
That's an interesting framing. I think, yeah, there have to be steps because there are steps in life. We talked about this with the archery, right?
Mm.
Like you have to learn how to stand. Then you have to learn your posture within the stance. And then you have to learn how to hold the bow correctly within that good stance with that good posture. And then you can work on aim. And that
Mhm.
I may be missing some steps, but the point is there are steps. They do have to go in a certain order. They can't go in a random order. The some of the order may be optional, but there is ordering in it that is not optional. And that's kind of the issue, is that people aren't recognizing that there are steps, that you need to know certain things before learning certain other things. You need to be able to do certain things before doing certain other things, right? If you just show somebody variables and recursion and throw them into software team to build software, they're not going to be good at it at all, ever, probably, unless they learn on their own, which they might, proper computer science programming techniques. And some do, but almost nobody. The sum is small, and the number of people even capable of such a thing, I would argue, is probably much smaller than people would suspect. And if you don't learn it in the right order, if you don't have the right foundation, you will do stupid things, and then your cell phone won't work. It doesn't work. I don't think that's a coincidence. I know why that happens, and I work in software, and I've worked with these teams. And so, there was one team that was working with Microsoft.NET, and they couldn't figure out where the older version of .NET was getting dragged into. So they were loading 2, which is a no-no, and they couldn't remove the old one. Are they software engineers? How the hell did you get in that situation to begin with? I have no idea. I offered to fix it for them. They declined. Well, fair enough. It's their software. They can do what they want. But also, are you software engineer? Come on. How do you not know what pieces are in your stuff that you're building? It's like saying I'm going to build a car, but I put 2 motors in it, and it works with 2 motors, but I can't get the other motor out.
Yeah, it's kind of an
Are
interesting
you a car
parallel.
builder?
Kind of an interesting parallel. For instance, if you're developing software and you're pulling in dependencies you're not aware of, how do you discern, right?
Yeah.
And what do we use to get that right, to get those dependencies correct or rectified?
Mhm. How do we
Discernment
judge them?
and judge. What do you do? An authority.
Yeah,
Those with experience, those with authority, those with
Right.
teaching abilities, right? All sorts of qualifications. Parents, yeah. You're not going to figure this out without authority. Or if you
Well,
figure it out, it'll be wrong.
Well, and that's
You
part
try
of my
it.
point, is
Yeah.
that everybody wants to get to the individualistic frame where they're an individual and they're free from their parents and they're free from the constraints of nature and they're free from like gravity and all kinds of wacky things, right? And you can do that kind of to an extent in the metaverse, for example, but you're never going to be free of those things. You were born into a certain world
Mhm.
in a certain way at a certain time, and you are submitted to all of those facts, period. And there's no way around it. And you don't need a way around it. You can become a good person if you stop focusing on idiotic philosophy, foolish theology, and time wasting other stuff like addiction to porn and video games and uh, conspiracy theories and crazy theories of everything and all this other stuff, none of which you need to live. And I can state that axiomatically and prove that it's true because people in the past didn't have it and they still were alive, which is how you're here. So why are you wasting your time with garbage? Because it's garbage. You don't need this stuff. You can just aim at the good and do the good things to the best of your ability, and you're going to get it wrong because you're a Muppet. But acknowledging that you're a Muppet helps, and going for help with the good. Oh, I don't know what the good is. Maybe I'll ask my priest friend, Father Eric, which I have done, by the way. Or maybe I'll go see I had some vision or something. Maybe I'll go see the Orthodox priest about that, which I highly recommend because Catholics suck on such issues. So, there's help out there. Maybe I ask my father's advice. And look, I've asked advice of people just to know what not to do. There are certain people whose judgment is excellent in some areas and just the opposite of good in other areas. And I've just observed this. And so every once in a while, I ask them because I know their judgment is always wrong in something. I'll ask them about that. They'll give me an answer. I go, well, at least I have a wrong answer that I know is wrong. I mean, I do these things. I think other people should do these things too and submit to the fact that there are people out there like that and that you can use that to your advantage.
As a caveat, I think one way to maybe boil this down or reduce this down to a point, to an emphasis, a signal, is that you have to know which problem you're trying to solve. You can't solve a hardware problem with more software. And the Gnostics seem to want to emphasize the software. We just need better software because the hardware is either irreplaceable or replaceable. They kind of see both end with hardware, and they're not willing to mediate between. Which is why I think Christianity does best in its religious system, is mediating between the two ways of there's two patterns of the practical and the objective, and the Gnostics seem to be always want to focus on more theory, which we've grounded this constantly, saying not all knowledge is worth seeking. Being isn't being is good versus knowledge is good is a good shorthand. Where it matters within judgment is that you have to know what you're trying to achieve. The Christian or even the Confucius system at least has achievements it's trying to seek. The Gnostic system does not have a emphasis on outcome it's trying to seek, other than continuing to rebuild the matrix, the construct that it actually overvalues the construct. It never values the outcome.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I've gone it too many things, too many nodes there.
I think that's correct. It overvalues the construct. It's fundamentally materialistic because it deals with knowledge, and knowledge is the materialistic aspect of information, and it's something that you own. Like, you have knowledge, you gather it, you take it into yourself and make yourself bigger with it. And I think that's the problem. Gnosticism is fundamentally a materialistic way of thinking about the world, which sounds off, but it's actually not off. Materialism is just material first as the prime mover. Knowledge is the prime mover. Knowledge is not the prime mover of this world, my friend. It's not. I'm sure if you ask a Christian like Bruce, he'll say the prime mover is God, especially him because he's a Calvinist. But I did want to segue into this because I think it is related. Benjamin Franklin, related to this topic of competition between the father and son, which it's not. Nothing is, because that's foolishness. I wonder why the tree in Genesis is called the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And he follows up with, wouldn't the tree have to be there because God put it there? There is so much good commentary on this. I don't even know how you missed it.
It's not the only creation that he made, though. Even symbolically, there's more things that he created. There's, again, the overemphasis on one aspect, on the software aspect rather than the hardware. Because there's the implicit laws that are set up. These are the cycles, these are the days. Animals.
I mean, in a sense, the first law before the commandments is this one. This is the first guardrail.
Right.
Well, there's also the original blessing too, which is another thing.
Well, that's fair.
The problem isn't the tree, and the problem isn't the existence of the tree. These aren't problems.
Right.
And casting everything as a problem is a problem. Some things are not problems. Grief is not a problem. I went over this with Vanderklay earlier. Grief is not a problem. Calling it a perennial problem, as John Vervaeke does, is wrong. It's not a problem. It doesn't have a solution. Problems have solutions. Most of the things that are an issue for us in life are not actually problems. they are part of the reality that we have to go through, the perennial patterns. You can argue, we don't all go through all the patterns. Fair enough. Some of us do, though. And it doesn't really matter. Those patterns are there as an option for you to have to deal with at some point or another. And grief is an excellent example. Grief does not get solved, it doesn't get resolved. Grief is something that you have to grow bigger than, to quote Carl Jung.
Yeah.
And there's lots of things like this. And one of them is the struggle with disobeying the commandment and ending up in a bad situation as the result of taking an action that you did not need to take and were told not to take.
Mm.
And it is the sin of Gnosticism. That's specifically what it is. It's the tree of the knowledge. Knowledge. You could say knowledge of good and evil. It's going to qualify. It's a type of knowledge. And no, don't do that. In other words, don't be a Gnostic. It's right there. It's first and foremost, don't value knowledge above the beautiful creation and garden that you have been given. That sounds pretty much like the modern problem. We're valuing the things we have incorrectly because we think we have knowledge, but knowledge is endless. There's an endless amount of knowledge. So really, we're only fighting over which knowledge is better than which other knowledge. And that's unresolvable. But what is resolvable is the good. You can do the good in the world. You don't need knowledge to do the good. It's not required. All this emphasis on knowledge is crazy talk.
There's something that I've noticed. Let's say secular people, let's say it like that, tend to overemphasize is the problem of pain rather than the problem of grief, which is what you're just talking about. Sorry, I have to go to the bathroom. And the problem of grief is far more manageable, maybe you could say. There's far more applications you can do with grief than you can do with pain, because there's a certain amount of pain and suffering. Pain and suffering, kind of interchangeable words in some aspects, that are just they're not perennial. They're a part of whatever we call this reality. But grief is a phenomena that happens with particular circumstances and applications. And that's, the Gnostics seem to always want to emphasize secularists and Gnostics. Maybe the same thing, Mark.
Yeah,
yeah, it's they just keep going, well, we have to solve pain, right? Which leads down to the roots of safety, all the 3 or 4 major religions out there.
Funny enough,
they're all pain problems.
Yeah, and funny enough, many of their solutions to solve pain requires whole submission to some new god, which is technology. Let's say those who
replacing
are into
hardware.
Yeah. So they're say transcendent sort of idea. So what do they call that? The singularity, right? Where you have humans and machine are one. Well, that's holy submission to a god of their creation, which is what they do.
Well, it's redefining the laws of nature in some aspects.
Because they feel that they can create the laws, right? They can create them,
or recreate, or
recreate them. Yeah. Well, it's really just idolatry at its core.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it certainly becomes that, and that is the treatise against it. But I think that's the problem of Gnosticism, is right there in the beginning of the book, apparently, and everybody misses it. In the same way they missed the statement of Gnosticism in Plato's Republic. It's right in book 2. If you missed it, your reading and comprehension is low. I'm sorry.
I haven't read it.
I don't know what the hell you're reading.
Yeah, I haven't read Plato. I've only heard.
You shouldn't. I was worried about this. I'm like, no. One of the reasons you shouldn't read the classics is because you're going to notice all the mistakes everybody else made, because you look at the world differently, and you're just going to get angry. And sure enough, I'm reading Plato's Republic, and now I'm downright pissed at everybody. I'm like, why didn't you tell me about this? What is wrong? What are you reading in this book so incorrectly that you're coming to these this whole thing? And I never read. I obviously haven't finished the
It
book.
sounds familiar.
The philosopher king problem. I'm like, do you not understand that Plato proved that this is unresolvable? It doesn't work. His statement is that it doesn't work. And everybody's trying to recreate the philosopher king as though it's a solution to a problem. And I'm like, I think what Plato's saying is these aren't problems. They're just struggles we have to deal with in life because they are perennial patterns that we have no choice about and cannot resolve.
Not all. Yeah, sure. They're
Cave
not.
is
They're not
the same way.
resolvable in this life. Yeah.
No, there's no. Well, yeah, we're trying to stay away from religion, Bruce.
No,
you
no,
bastard.
sure. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm still going to call it out, but
Not resolvable in the
yeah.
time we're given with our mortal bodies.
For the most part, yeah,
There you
that's
go.
There
true.
you go. There
Mm.
you go.
Yeah.
Right. Well, but even the cave, and people misread the cave. You can't stay out of the cave, and you're not supposed to stay in the middle part of the cave, and you're not supposed to try to just break people out. You're supposed to go back and chain yourself back up and like commune with the quote unenlightened. Like you're supposed, that's what it says. I don't understand what you people are reading. It's a very, very, very clear.
What is this? I've heard the cave only cursor, like a small knowledge of the cave. What is? I'm missing the point there, I think.
So in the cave, it's a lot of it's the statement of Gnosticism and the solution of Gnosticism, I would say, right? We'll say pre-biblical solution, although people would have arguments with that, but whatever. You are chained up, and the things you're seeing are projections on a wall.
I've heard this, yeah.
Right. And then you break free from the chains or you get loose or whatever. It doesn't really matter. And now you can wander around the cave and you can see that there's a fire and there's people managing projections on the wall. And you're like, aha, have the secret knowledge. It's right there, right? And then you realize there's a way out of the cave and out to the sun. Except you can't just go running out there, right? But also don't stare at the sun and you don't stay outside the cave as though you're some kind of guru or mystic or whatever who's so good you have to go back to the cave. You're supposed to go back to the cave. If you try to free the other people in the cave, they revolt. They don't want to be freed. Really? Does any of this sound familiar? Like your daily interactions with people? Because like this is like a Tuesday with Mark. And when he interacts with other people, like this whole pattern is every freaking day of my life.
Yeah.
And then you're not supposed to not sit and watch the show because if you don't do that, you can't commune with those people. And why is Claire doing this to me? I have to agree with her yet again. Wisdom is better than knowledge. Yes, that is a true statement.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get to wisdom through knowledge?
No.
Not knowledge alone.
To one another.
Not knowledge alone, no.
Oh, look at this. Do you believe this nonsense? Can we discuss morality? First, we have to define morality. Have you watched any of my videos on morality? I've got like 3 of them. I've got a long form one with Manuel. Got another short form one. I think there's another one lying around there somewhere. I forget. We can try to discuss morality, although it's 11 o'clock at night.
My issue with morality is just I don't like mere moralism.
Right.
That's the issue I have with that.
Well, I would say this is why we have to define it, because I define ethics as the higher ideal, and morality is the implementation of ethics. And when you talk about morality, you are looking down or across, at least. You're not looking up at ethics. Ethics is the ideal standard. And so, to your point, Bruce, which was well said, by the way, it's a reduction to mere morality, and that is a dangerous thing. And I 1,000 billion trillion % agree. It's a big problem.
Yeah. I think that's where we're at in much of the conversation we have today with people.
Yeah, and what you're implementing matters. But I've made the case, as I said in videos and stuff elsewhere, that we need to have that higher thing to appeal to so that when people make mistakes and transgress, we can give them forgiveness and re-engage. Because otherwise, once you screw up, you're screwed, and I lose any possibility of your
There's
redemption,
no redemption
or
yeah.
your
There's no
enlightenment.
repentance, redemption, forgiveness, any of that. Yeah. You have to have transcendent ethics, which I argue everyone is operating from transcendent ethics. What's their rebellion against them?
I think it's the other way around. I think you have to come to communal agreements to have transcendent ethics.
Yeah, you're just recognizing the existing ethics. You're not creating
No, I'm
them.
existing the lack of them. Because my next question was, how would we restore ethics back? Well,
you can't restore ethics back. You just your morals are based upon a higher transcendent ethic, and you apply them.
Yeah, but you're looking down to look ahead.
In a way, but I mean, there's an application there, so you can't get around that.
Like, I do agree. If you don't know where you are, you need to look at a map to get to the mountain range. But you could get over the mountain range by just looking at the mountains and discerning a way through the mountains. So
True, but the map would tell you where the ravines, the rivers, the animals, you know what I mean? It will tell you all of the details on your trip to make it successful.
Yeah, the map is not the territory, though. That's where I'm going here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Well, and I guess I missed this. So I've been wondering something. I wonder if morality requires some choice. Of course it does. If you have no choice option but to do something that is not within the moral frame, isn't it only when a choice appears that we can discuss morality? Well, look, yes, I think this is why determinism is stupid. Because if determinism is the way of things, then morals and ethics doesn't exist. It isn't something we have to worry about. But I would argue, because we know about it, it must be a thing. There's a bunch of things we don't know about that aren't things, right? And this is why determinism is dumb, because you can't talk about determinism without contrasting it with free will. And if you can think about free will, you have to have free will by definition. It's axiomatically certain. And that's why I think the whole idea of determinism versus free will is so dumb, it's not worth discussing in some sense.
Yeah, most especially meaningless determinism.
I don't know if it's just me, but every time I hear determinism, I just shorthand go, "Oh, you mean authoritarianism? You mean authoritarianism? That's what you actually mean with determinism."
Unearned or meaningless authoritarianism. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Doubt allows. Oh, this comment here.
Like, as soon as you.
Doubt allows people to come into it. There are no new ideas. That's my position.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but
I mean, okay.
Doubt is a function, and mere doubt won't work. Like, having doubt doesn't mean you're going to come up with a new idea. And this is one of the problems. People think they come up with new ideas all the time. In fact, you saw this on the live stream with Vander Clay earlier, where John came on and he's like, "Oh, but legalism could solve all these problems." And it's like, we know legalism doesn't solve these problems. All of this has been tried. He thought his ideas were new. They weren't new. Like,
oh, the hubris.
What form of government are you going to come up with that the ancient Greeks didn't try? Did you know that the ancient Greeks tried 1,000 forms of government? 1,000 distinct forms of government. You think you're going to come up with something yourself? Have you come up with 1,000 forms of government? I don't freaking think so, somehow. So do you think the form you're going to come up with is new if you can't even do the 1,000 that the ancient Greek actually tried? I don't think so. I think you've been lied to about your own personal capability to several orders of magnitude. I mean, you laugh, Bruce, but like, I think we have actually done a disservice to people by telling them they are several orders of magnitude smarter than they would ever possibly be under ideal conditions. Like, not even an option. These people think they're all geniuses.
Yeah. And they think everyone before them were retarded. Yeah.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has a freaking degree in economics, and she clearly knows nothing about basic economics. Literally proven.
Right.
She's proven this again and again and again, in the same way that Sam Harris talks about morals and ethics, which he clearly has no clue about whatsoever. None. How did they get the idea that they knew this stuff?
Yeah.
Isn't it a matter of an ego or ideological projection? So they've got this knowledge somewhere. They know some things, but they supersede they put their judgments, their projections onto the world as superior to the knowledge that they've learned. So they should know better, but it's disembodied knowledge because they're not something they're willing to act out on.
That's the problem. I would
Yeah.
argue
Yeah.
there's no such thing as disembodied knowledge. I would say that
Well,
this
I'm
is,
saying you
this
have
is
to,
my-
for knowledge to become wisdom or to
No.
aim up, you have to
No.
embody that in some ways. Well, that's what prayer is, isn't it?
Signals, information, knowledge. What you're describing is information. That's the difference. Knowledge is a synthesis of information within a frame. That's a very different thing.
Right.
And see the
Okay.
model video on navigating patterns for more.
Maybe
In
rewatch
society,
it, yeah.
Peacock Club. In society, though, the doubters on society propels discussion and allows dissonance sometimes, but they don't run anything, and that's the problem. So yeah, inventors create things, but they usually can't get them to market, and they're not supposed to. Lincoln created a cabinet. People disagree all the time. Yeah, so what? Lots of people did that. That's not new to Lincoln. Benjamin Franklin. I was thinking the tree of knowledge story is trying to tell us something between the relationship between choices and morality and consequences. I don't think so. If Eve obeyed, wouldn't there always be doubt if they are doing the good? No. It's the consequences that kind of teaches maybe. No, if you don't know the difference because the difference hasn't been made clear to you, then no, you don't doubt. Like all these things come after the fact. This is all sequencing, right? You're missequencing the world. You have to have a knowledge of good and evil to even doubt whether or not the knowledge of good and evil is for you to have, right? That's the issue. And so the second thing has to come first, which is absurd. And so it doesn't. The doubt would never occur if you didn't eat of the tree. It's that easy. Like you're paying a price for the knowledge. And it's ironic that we're trying to use more knowledge to reverse that price. I mean, that's what life extension, that's what abortion, that's what all these things are. We want to reverse the price that we were forced to pay from the original sin through knowledge, through science. And it's like, no, that's not going to work. That's how we got ourselves into this. It's not going to get us out of this.
Yeah. As opposed to
anarchy
recognizing submission.
Is anarchy trying to get outside of the pain problem?
Yes. Of course it is. Because pain is a function of society, according to Rousseau. Anarchists are just Rousseauians. They're just so stupid they don't know it. That's the annoying part. It's like you people need an education.
It's another form of equity, isn't it? It's another form of equity and equality. It's just in a different color scheme, right?
Yeah.
That's why they're just just trying to smash out pain through a different. Look, if everyone's in pain, everyone's in chaos, then we're back to square one.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, but it's a framing problem, which is ironic. Peacock Club. The founding fathers doubted the divine right of the English king and rebelled. No, they didn't, actually. You are correct for calling it a rebellion. Extra points. No points for believing that they doubted the divine right. They didn't doubt the divine right. This is going to come up in my next talk with Adam. I don't know when I'm going to do this talk. I have a lot of homework to do because I'm falling behind because I'm on a trip. What we're going to talk about is around this issue, because there was a revolution in England first, and the rebellion, because I don't think it was a revolution, the rebellion in the American colonies is sandwiched between two revolutions, the English and the French. Now, what does that mean? What happened as a result, and Adam has already told me some of this, although I'm learning some of this on my own now. Parliament gains power. The king is not the one oppressing the colonies. That didn't happen. I understand that that was the press at the time, but even I learned here in New England when I was growing up that that was embellishment. King George was not mad. They were using him as a scapegoat, right? He was not a crazy person, right? And that's the problem is that if you think of this as a battle between the king, you're wrong. It was Parliament that did the vote. King failed to override the vote. And what the people were pissed at is that they had petitioned the king and said, hey, these jerk offs in Parliament did a bad thing. Can you fix it? Because you have the divine right. And he didn't. Fair enough.
Yep. They could have
Now we
reformed.
have a rebellion.
They could have reformed, and had he done the work. This is the same issue with the Reformation. They appealed to the Pope. Pope didn't do a job. Well, now we got to fix it ourselves. But I mean, and you can see that in even some of the writings of Adams and Washington. They were, in fact, they quibbled over the idea of calling the presidency Divine Majesty, or His Majesty, because they understood that the power of authority comes from God for the lawmakers. So that was right. They were very much in that camp, and the only reason they moved it into a fault maybe was because they were trying to remove any disdain for the monarchy that was in the title, but they all were very much under the idea that they were divinely appointed.
Right. So look. So this is two frames. Here's a third crazy frame that we can now judge. The founding fathers weren't going to be told by a mad king to believe Jesus is God. That was never the issue, Claire. I like your framing though, because it helps me to show people we can judge that as a bad frame, because that didn't happen. England knew who they were getting rid of. They were getting rid of the troublemakers, who basically weren't Anglican anymore or something, and who they were persecuting. And look, they went to the Netherlands first, and the Dutch said, yeah, we don't want you troublemakers either, but we'll help you get the hell out of here. And England owes you a colony, so why don't you just go over there and take some of King George's land and be happy little people? And they did. Or actually, it's King Charles, I think. Sorry. So they did. They took some of that land as recompense for being thrown out of the country and persecuted. Fair enough. And none of that was a problem. And most of the colonists did not want to engage in war. Part of the war was around, and it's a battle within a larger war. That's the other thing. See my French Revolution talk with Adam, which has more of this detail. When you start to understand what actually happened, it's like, oh, they were rebelling against a bad vote in Parliament, and they didn't want to. And the wealthy, like John Hancock, who was the wealthiest man in the colonies, couldn't make any more money. There was an economic incentive too, because nobody in the colonies could own boats, and you weren't allowed to build roads. And so the only way to trade was to use a boat between the colonies, even though could have had roads, but no, they were forbidden. And then what happened was the only people allowed to own boats were basically the English. And so the Stamp Act was a big deal because it affected everything you bought that wasn't local. And that meant raw materials from the southern colonies, which of course would later become a larger issue with slavery.
Well, in fact, yeah. And in fact, Adams goes to France just to get boats. Right? That's what he had to do. We didn't even have any. Any degree for a navy.
But we had all the shipwrights and all the lumber. We had all the lumber, so we got all the shipwrights. Peacock Club. They were trying to shut the door to the Divine King coming back in through a back door. No, they weren't. Like, none of that is true. They wanted the king back. Years after the successful rebellion, people were still calling to demolish the Constitution and go back under the monarchy because it seemed more sane. And you just don't know the history.
There was a middle ground there.
Judgment.
There was a middle ground, the Federalists, I suppose, but yeah.
Yeah, but there were strong forces saying, we don't want the Yankees in charge anyway. We should just go back under the king and vote our ways in.
In the South.
But it was the Puritans in New England that held the thing together and held it the way it was.
Yep. And the Quakers didn't have enough numbers to out. Well, maybe they did, but they just didn't have enough wherewithal or care to revolt against the Puritans. Look, right. I mean, they were at odds,
Yeah, well, to a large degree, right? But they were also part of the power structure. I mean, that's how we got abolitionists and prohibitionists.
Yeah,
those are Quakers.
Sure.
fundamentally Quaker movements. So they knew that some of the power, because it was centralized in New England for the first part of the the United States, they were still part of that power structure, and that's the problem. Is that they were still part of the power structure. They had a great deal of influence and control over the government,
Yeah.
and they weren't willing to give that up.
But the divine right of leader was well understood and withheld, I think upheld as a standard.
It was. I mean, that's the whole problem, is
Well,
that they've just mislocated it as part of the rebellion, the successful rebellion. And France and England didn't think the Constitution and the colonies, breaking away was going to last. They were both licking their chops, waiting for it to collapse so they could move in.
Yeah, they were trying
What
to.
I was going to say here is,
go ahead.
we used. I would say my argument and contention here is that we used to be far more educated on these things, and other people have made judgments on behalf of us of what should be educated in from 60s onwards, you could say easily. And these judgments have now had dramatic cause and effect, dramatic trade-offs in what people are able to discern, what are able to enact upon, what are they able to judge, because they have pre-filled in templates on what things are relevant or what they should be looking for in the world, and they're not able to see things that are prior. And now you even have Zoomers saying, "Oh, I won't watch a movie from the 1980s because it looks old or because it's outdated or something." It's like that's not old.
Right.
Watch something from the 1930s, not 1900s. Look at the gallery.
Right.
Like galleries on extremely low and admission rates because this younger generation and my prediction is even after this we will see the frames tightening in and again, and that they just don't want to see outside of their small bubble of education that they're in because they're not able to judge which signals, which information, which knowledge to acquire. And so this history matters.
I wouldn't say that.
That's the problem, right? The problem is we've been given bad framing, and we've been told that we as individuals, which we're not, can then judge all of these things. And this is why I brought up, are you qualified to judge? Did you actually do any of your research?
Yeah.
And that segues me into this. Forgive me, Bruce. Peacock Club. What do you think should happen today? You seem pretty good on your views on history. What do you think should happen to the U.S. today? Well, this is easy. I'm doing it. I take seriously John Vervaeke's critique of cultural cognitive grammar. That's why I have navigating patterns, right? I'm trying to fix cultural cognitive grammar so that we're all speaking a common language with a common understanding in a common frame, which will produce a common meaning. Without that, you can't discuss something. And this is why Vervaeke's work is critical. You can do what Peterson says as a pragmatist. If you want to do what Peterson did, you have to understand Vervaeke's work, because Vervaeke gives you a science of meaning, which is framework and vocabulary, about half of which I totally disagree with, by the way. But most of it is actually useful, even if I disagree with some of it, in order to be able to build tools to help people out of the intimacy crisis, which leads to the meaning crisis, right? Which is best described to your average human being as the Muppet crisis, which is why I don't like Jesse anymore.
I was going to say that I think it wasn't back to it's not that we had more knowledge. We used to have more knowledge of these things. Or more education on these things. I actually think the problem was
sorry.
Well, I actually think the problem was
knowledge in communities.
Sure. Right. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Maybe, but the issue was giving people wholesale access to decision making, regardless of their credentials.
I don't even think that's true. Like, credentialism is a problem for me. I think the issue is leadership. Okay?
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you don't have to be credentials. I was just using that term. Yeah, there needs to be a barrier to leadership.
Well, this would be a cultural cognitive grammar issue, right? And I mentioned this in the monologue. It's important to understand that you do not listen to experts. That is not your role in society. Experts are supposed to talk to leaders. The leaders are supposed to say, this expert's full of shit, or this expert's too expert,
Yeah.
right? Or whatever. And the reason for that is because the leaders are the ones with the skin in the game. Read Taleb, all of his books. He's got a book called Skin in the Game. It's excellent. All of his books are excellent. Read them all. You'll understand a lot more about the world. You'll get a lot more humility. Read all the Freakonomics books too. I think there's 4 of them. They're excellent. They'll really teach you that you're an idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, real
One
stupid.
one symptom of this is universal suffrage.
Right. But this is the fundamental problem. When you're not paying attention to the people who have skin in the game, who aren't going to have the thing that they want, i.e., leaders, if they screw up. And instead, you're trying to discern and judge directly through experts. You're probably not able to do that because you're a muppet. And I like Jesse's point. In the past, we were submitted to a distributed cognition. That's what a structure is, whether it be a government or a church or a community or whatever. We're submitted to that distributed cognition. That means that we are smarter. We're not working harder for it, right? We know that Joe's a farmer. I can just ask him how to farm. I don't need to learn it from scratch, like some autodidact muppet who has too much time on his hands, and so he's reading 1,000 books instead of just asking people who already read 1,000 books and getting a nice synthesis. And a lot of what I've done throughout my life, because I was blessed growing up in Boston, and I had access to the smartest people in the world in many cases on whole subjects, actually, I could just ask them and they could just tell me. And then I don't have to read all the books they read. It's a wonderful thing. And that's important. We have lost that because we've lost submission. We don't want to submit to an imperfect government. I get that, but you don't have a choice. You're not going to do anything else anyway. You're wasting your time fantasizing about a better government. You're wasting your time fantasizing about how you're going to go live in the woods by yourself.
Yeah.
You're wasting your time with this valuable time, energy, and attention that could be spent doing good in the world.
Yeah, get to work. Stop wasting
Can I
time.
double down on a secondary point here? Because everyone wants to be an individual, so they either want to be not the leader or a leader. We've lost this second nature that we used to have in the past, is the second man, the sidekick, or just even the supporting role. Someone who, it was a tribe of artists that changed the art moves. It's a tribe of people that get together, form a political party. Mid-century Germans, right? It's always a collective group of people. It's never just one person. It's always a collective of people. But because we've got rampant individualism, materialism, you could secularism, Gnosticism, the interrelated phenomena, and because of the educational framing that we've been given, the way we perceive the world, it's not noble to be. It's not noble to be one of the many. If you're not getting the credit or the competitive Olympians, the Olympians would even say that bronze was a good medal to get because you're at least one of the 3 that were the best. It was never just we've overvalued this thing called gold or this thing called winner take all. And we've not said like you came second, great. You still beat 20 other people. That's still an achievement in itself.
Yeah. No, I would agree.
And so, if we want to build communities, you have to be humble enough to work with someone. Maybe it's someone's better at being the number 1 person, and maybe we need far more number 2s in the world.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that also. I mean, most people were not educated formally. It was a product of wealth for the history of man. This is not. I mean, this idea of all people are educated across all levels of life. For what purposes? This is not a position that it's not a position that we need to uphold. You don't have to be educated formally, and that was not the case for most people.
Right, for most people throughout most of history.
Right.
And they all live because you're here.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that bad? They built this stuff. The uneducated built all this
stuff.
stuff.
Oh, for sure.
And then Peacock Club. I don't have a background in philosophy. Yeah, neither do I. I hate philosophy. I think it should be banned and abolished from the universe at this point. What do you think citizens should do? See, this is the problem. Philosophy doesn't tell you what to do. It's not supposed to. Why do people think that it says that? It's ridiculous.
Well, the Philosopher Kings have been put up on pedestals.
Go watch Starship Troopers. That's what you should do. You should go watch Starship Troopers.
Be a citizen.
And learn some proper philosophy. Because it's inside a container. It's inside of a story that has an emphasis and it has an outcome, an objective which you can judge.
Hey,
Until
citizen.
you have that, it's all theory, all objective, just ramblings of data. It's all just software. Until it's embedded in a hardware unit, you can't judge it if the software had any particular value to bring in the world. You don't know the virtues as well. I guess you smuggle that in. So
sure.
That's why the best philosophy are stories.
Do the good. Like, judge what the good is, do it, check your judgment, do it again, right? Keep adjusting, like, do things in the world. You don't need to read books and you don't need to learn all that much. And all the learning you need to do is in your action. And you just need discernment and judgment and action. And that's why I'm doing this series, from discernment to judgment. Judgment's today and action's going to be next week.
AIDA.
I would say also don't get into the trap of needing to be in a dialectic. Like, humble yourself enough, realize your hubris, and be in a dialogue. Like, I'm not going to be a good live streamer. I can try and do a live stream and lead on my own, but I'm far better being the number two and just throwing crazy things along and telling people to either hurry up or re-summarize better. Because that's what I think I have to value and what to bring.
Sure.
And the thing is, I'm better when you're here.
Sancho Panza, that's a good
hard, right?
Benjamin Franklin said Sancho Panza.
Yeah.
That's great.
But that's the thing. Like, we're better together. Why is this bad?
Sure,
why do we have to compete? Why can't we just be better together? Why can't we all go fishing, have some ecumenical cheese pizza, have a chat together, the three of us?
I don't want to get too. How can I say this? I don't. All I'm saying is, competition can be good, in a certain sense. Not ultimate competition, but like the fighting and the sharpening of iron and iron sharpening one another. But that's a different frame than this oppressive competition. You know, this idea of being oppressed by those who are looking to sharpen
it's competition. You know? It's competition in light of the power narrative. The postmodern power narrative is A, observably incorrect, B, really stupid, and C, unhelpful. Like, all of those things all at once. It's amazing that anybody even still engages. If it's power, we're all screwed. We're all screwed because none of us are the most powerful. So you're just going to lose. That's boring. I don't want to lose. Right. Masters of the universe.
He-Man,
they work together. Right. And that's the thing. Like, when you look around, Steve Jobs wouldn't be anybody without his top designer. That top designer made that company just as much as Steve Jobs did. Is the top designer any good without the visionary Steve Jobs? No.
Yeah. No, it wasn't Woz. It was the other guy.
Oh, no, it was the other guy. I forget the guy's name.
Yeah.
Woz and him.
That's a thing.
Woz was the tech guy. But and that early stuff, it was okay. They did fine. Apple didn't take off until they got that designer guy. I forget his name. Probably because it's 11:30 at night. But he's the one that made the Apple look. And once you make the Apple look, then everybody wants it all of a sudden, and they're willing to pay a premium for it. Apple is the greediest company in the history of
Johnny Ive.
I mean, 30% margins on every product.
Yeah,
Holy
Johnny
crap,
Ive. That's the guy. Yes.
Johnny, yeah.
Yes. I totally agree.
Nobody in the industry gets 30% margins except Apple. You know what everybody else gets? 7 to 2% margins on electronics. 7. No one gets 10%. No one gets double digits. Nobody. With almost no exception. There's certain specific products. Apple gets 30% on everything they sell.
They also control most of the entirety of the chain.
Well, there's a lot behind it.
Which is
and
good.
That's the issue, is that, again, these things are not reducible. You can't reduce Apple to Steve Jobs. You can't reduce Apple to the designer. You can't reduce Apple to Wozniak. You can't reduce these things.
Just like you can't reduce Linux to Linus.
Right. Right.
I mean,
well,
it's not
that's
even
why-
avoidable in your individualistic open source,
No, well, this is why Richard Stallman runs around and saying it's got to be called GNU.
GNU. Well, he's right in a way, in a sense,
that
but
makes-
yeah.
He is
Doesn't have
right.
to be
Well,
called
that's
that, but
the
he's
problem.
integral.
He's annoying as crap.
Oh,
'cause
he's
not
terrible.
wrong.
Yeah, he is annoying.
Getting back to on point, aesthetics matter. We
Right.
have no foundational aspect for aesthetics or appreciation for aesthetics. Aesthetics are more important than philosophy.
Well, yes,
'Cause
and that's
vocation
so.
matters.
Where do the aesthetics of this channel come from? They come from Sally Joe. They don't come from Mark. I mean, not that I didn't go, oh, pirate theme, because that's what I had, But I didn't make the graphics. I didn't do that.
The new
Love the
thumbnail's
intro. You
better
haven't
too,
seen
by
the
the way.
intro. That
Yeah, it's
intro,
good.
Thumbnail.
that
It's good animation.
that song, that intro, it's excellent. The first 2 minutes of this stream, the first 2 minutes of the last stream, excellent.
Best part.
I love that. That stuff is great. I didn't do that, right? And my stream's better for it. And my stream's better for the $10 I spent at Amazon to get my monocle. I had the hat. I've had the hat for years, right? I've got the Hawaiian shirt from Hawaii. Like these.
Yeah.
We need to
The
get you a
lot's going
vest,
into
Mark.
this.
We need to get you a pirate cape or a pirate jacket or a pirate vest.
Needs a sword.
No,
Needs a
I-
cutlass.
I need a parrot. And
Parrot
then I'd
would
be
work.
all set.
And a cutlass. You gotta
I
have a
have
sword.
cutlass.
Put it
Not a
on.
real cutlass. I have I forget what it's called. It's one of the curved Egyptian swords.
Scimitar. Or, okay, the Egyptian
No,
ones.
you need
yeah.
a cutlass. You need
Yeah,
to
it's an
double
Egyptian.
down.
Yeah,
You need
you,
to
you got to
double
put it
down.
on.
We're
Yeah,
telling
we
you
need a
that.
sword.
I'm considering costume upgrades. They're not on the list
And a
right now,
flintlock
'cause-
pistol. The parrot's a good one,
And
though. I
some-
like the parrot idea.
And some bricks
parrot
wrapped
fits in the frame.
alfoil to symbolize
If I had a
silver and
parrot on
gold.
my shoulder, that would
The parrot
a long
fits into
way to
frame.
pirate.
Yeah. Sally says no parrots.
I can't agree with Sarah. So.
We'll have to we'll have to
we
defer
like
to her
Sally,
aesthetic.
but we don't listen to everything Sally says. I'm just
I do.
saying,
I
Sally.
like Sally.
You got to get a parrot,
Another
and you got to name it. It's got to say
we don't
things.
obey everything that Sally says. How's that? I was being
no, that's not what you
precise.
said though. You're changing. You're doing the postmodern thing
I
and changing
agree.
the
I
word.
was correcting myself. Just skip the scurvy. Okay, that sounds like good advice. We can
Yeah.
follow that advice.
No diet of hardtack. Yeah.
No diet of hardtack.
There's got to be more than that. Get some pemmican from the natives.
Perhaps,
Um,
perhaps, Mark. We need to after this. We should do an aesthetic live stream talks. Time, valuing people's time.
Time?
Application,
Selling your own time.
beauty.
You want to do?
These are all
Well,
things.
no. We do time,
Assets.
energy, and attention in 3 live streams.
Sure. Well, no. We'll try. See if
Maybe
there's
not
value in
these,
it.
but yeah. I think that would work. And then
Yeah.
we can launch the Wisdom Tea Company at the same time. It'd be great.
right.
Bruce, if you don't mind,
right
can I
aesthetics.
ask Mark some questions about my Matrix document? Just was I gotta go soon.
Yeah, I actually got to
Mark,
go
have
myself.
you-
It's 20 to 12, but it's always
All
great
right.
talking to you.
Please,
Great to see you.
yeah,
Thank you
nice
for
to meet
showing up,
again,
sir.
Bruce, and
See y'all.
Loves your comments on Batman and Judge too.
See y'all later.
Should we go offline or is this fine?
Aesthetic of Muppets. I do want to shut the broadcast down at least,
No, it's fine.
but we can keep
Oh, okay.
talking on here after I shut the broadcast down. So let's do a closing judgment thing. And
Oh yeah.
I think that I'm being told the monologue is excellent again. That's good. I like to hear that. Even if it's a lie, it's okay. I like hearing good things. I'd rather have honest feedback, but I'll settle for any feedback I can get. So I'm cheap and easy. Yeah, I think judgment's important. We stayed largely on topic, even with Claire here, which is amazing. And I had to agree with her like half a dozen times, which just it's great. And I appreciate everybody's engagement. I think it's good judgment to watch these videos, to understand this. We started with discernment. If you didn't see the discernment video from last week, please watch. We're going to do we're going to do action next time. So the other side of judgment, and that's going to be wrapped up in agency. and that should be fun. Should be next week. I can't guarantee these streams, but I'll be back home unless the traveling just wipes me out, which is always hanging over my head as a possibility. I will see you next week, and at some point, as Sally Jo points out, we'll do the time, energy, and attention streams. I think that's actually a really good idea. And we will talk about the aesthetics of Muppets at the same time.
Yes.
Or maybe
Yes.
it'll be called
Yes.
Aesthetics of Muppets, and we'll do a whole series.
That's great. That's great. I'm gonna buy my Kermit
utilizing
doll.
the Legion of Muppets, as Sally points out.
That's
So
the
yeah,
second
that's
top.
on
That's the
the
sequel.
book.
That's the sequel.
Yes, the sequel, maybe. So that's what's on the books. I really appreciate everybody staying this long. I'm going to end the broadcast. Parting shots there, Jesse.
Tone. When you're judging, watch your tone. Watch what you emphasize. Your judgment may be right, but the manner in which you deliver it matters. And that's why I think the conversation with Claire was more beneficial today, because the tone between you two was better and you maintained that tone. And so it's okay to judge, but maybe watch what you embody and the tone and the manner in which you deliver your judgments. If that's fair to say.
Excellent.
And
well done. Thank you much. I'm going to end the broadcast for everybody else, and we're going to chat. I'm just going to, if I could only click on things.